Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good day to one and all present here. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفر إنه كان توابا. Translation of Surah An-Nasr, which means the divine support, verses 1 to 3. I seek refuge in Allah from the Satan, the rejected, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. When there comes the help of Allah and the conquest, and you see that the people enter Allah's religion in crowds. So glorify the praises of your Lord and ask His forgiveness. Verily, He is the one who accepts the repentant and who forgives you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shahi. We'll begin with the first technical session of the day titled Driving Progress, Fostering Research, Consultancy and Innovation for a Thriving Future. I now invite Dr. Jilani Begum, Associate Professor, Department of Chemistry, to welcome the resource person for this session, Dr. Sabesan, Professor of Practice, VIT Chennai.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to everyone present here. I hope challenges are what make life interesting. Overcoming them is what makes the life meaningful. I am extremely honored and privileged to welcome you all to the second day of National Conference on Higher Education Initiatives, Trends, Technologies and Transformations, organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Justice Bashir Ahmad Syed College for Women. At this moment, we are honored to have Dr. S. Sabesan, Professor of Practice, School of Social Sciences and Languages, VIT University, Chennai. On behalf of the management, principal, vice principal of both forenoon and afternoon session and the entire IQAC team, I welcome you, sir. I also welcome the other dignitaries and our dynamic principal, vice principals, IQAC coordinator and deputy coordinator, organizing secretaries, all the heads of the departments and faculties to this national conference. Let me introduce Dr. Sabesan. He is a well-known positive psychologist and an HR professional with over 33 years of experience in teaching, research, corporate, facilitation, psychometric assessment, counseling, coaching, mentoring, consulting and institution building. He is highly skillful at delivering several outcome-based bespoke behavioral training for all categories of employees in the corporate sector. His sound knowledge and expertise paved the way to work closely with more than 75 CEOs, CXOs, HR leaders and help them to achieve their developmental goals. He has presented several papers and published several research papers and guided several MPhil and PhD scholars. He also developed 2 psychometric tools, authored 2 cases, wrote 3 courseware, reviewed 10 books and contributed 1 book chapter for the book on human resource management. He has received several appreciative certificates to his credits. To name a few, certified as facilitator in HRD by the AIM Insights, certified in EQI 2.0 and EQ 360 by Multi Health System USA, certified in Science of Wellbeing and Positive Psychology by Yale and University of North Carolina. He also featured in several talk shows on mental health and well-being on channels like DD Podigai and Kalainar TV. To add a feather to his cap, Dr. Sebastian has received several awards across his career. To name a few, Distinguished Alumnus Award, Annamalai University, All India Merit Awardee, ISTD, New Delhi, Psychometric Educational Services Award, Leadership Excellence Award, and the list goes on. Currently, he is serving as an associate editor for the Journal of Indian Academy of Applied Psychology and joint director of the Corporate Wellness Champions Wing of Chennai Counselor Foundation. He is also founder of Growth Crystal and co-founder of Big Impact Solutions. Such an eminent personality is amongst us. I once again welcome you, sir. Success is not just about what you accomplish in your life. It's about what you inspire others to do. Through his expertise, knowledge, and vast experience, Ho will inspire and motivate the participants by focusing on his topic, driving progress, fostering research, consultancy, and innovation for a thriving future. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Jinani. I request our Vice Principal, Dr. Shahira Banu, to present a dry fruit box as a token of welcome to Dr. Sebastian. Thank you, ma'am. Let us give a warm round of applause to welcome Dr. Sebastian, our esteemed resource person for this session.
With regards to the enlightened management of SIT College, the guests, our faculty members, my dear students. What a pleasure that I have got in staying connected to SIT College, JBS College for Women. For today's session, very long, lengthy topic. We can decode it, dissect it, and then we'll make it as chewable as possible, as palatable as possible during the course of the session. Actually, I have formulated an overarching objectives for the today's session. There are totally 3 objectives. I will take each objective at a time and then move on to the other objective one after the other. The first objective is, as we all know very well, every second institution that offers higher education is mandated to offer consultancy and innovation projects besides doing path-breaking research in the respective institutions. It has been mandated. Those were the days research was considered desirable 30 years back or even 40 years back. There are professors without PhD have guided several PhD scholars. There were a lot of instances, empirical data, anecdotal data available. The professors don't have PhD but have guided several PhDs. Such was the stature, such was the kind of credentials that they have got. That days have gone by. PhD has become mandated, right, to enter into the portals of higher education. So we are going to touch upon how various global institutions are actually fostering a culture of research, consultancy and innovation. We'll have a sneak preview into it. The second objective is, there are several barriers, stumbling blocks that come in the way of fostering a culture. What are those barriers? We'll identify. Third, let us not talk about what's wrong outside. Let us talk about what we can do better as a faculty. I think that's the way we could. We can't ask the government immediately to set this as a priority, number one, and then start doing innovation culture in all institutions across India. It's not possible. As a faculty who all come here, absolutely. Stanford, I think you mentioned that. I also want to add MIT also, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. These 3 have, I could say, best-in-class institutions still withstand the test of time despite several years and decades and century. Still they happen to be the beacon of light, hope for all these 3 areas, right? at any point of time dismiss any of these three. All three are critically important. In fact, I could say research, it is no longer considered, oh, I have. It is not desirable. It is a must. It's a fundamental. It is foundational. Every NAC committee, NBA, they always ask for how many publications. It's not just publications matter, corpus indexed journals. Right? They are how many patents that you have got like that. So every year the bar has been raised by the higher auditing body, quality, research, consulting, innovation. These three happen to be the bedrock of that, and they lay the foundation for a sustainable future and also a prosperous future. Fine, fair enough. This we need to prioritize these three as our primary focus. I think that's the question that we have to ask ourselves. Are we prioritizing this? Unfortunately, we are focusing on the trivial many, but we are not focusing on the vital few. These are all what I call it as the vital few: research, consultancy, and innovation. So in terms of the global universities, right, there are several universities that are known for research, consultancy, and innovation. But you all be wondering why we have not talked about Indian institutions, straight away gone to the global institution. I think you have that question in your mind. You did not ask it. I asked on your behalf, and I am going to answer on my behalf. Let me just say the three institutions, still every one of us unanimously agree, is IIT. I think no one will have second thought about the way that they are playing in fostering research, consultancy, innovation, IIT. But how can I forget, ignore IISc Bangalore? It is always playing a very, very underplaying role, but the IISc contribution is phenomenal. It is humongous. You have to go and visit that. You get that positive vibes everywhere when you go to IISc campus at Bangalore. Last but not the least, IIM. Right? When I say IIM, I'm only talking about the A, B, C. That's all. I'm not talking about the rest of the alphabets. Right? Everywhere the government wanted to start the IIM. I'm only talking about the first three IIMs: Ahmedabad, Bangalore, and Kolkata. Right? Other institutions are also, what I would say, stretching their extra mile every day to come up to that level, but I'm only talking about these three. Similarly, when I talk about IIT, I'm talking about Madras, Kanpur, Delhi. I think these, and Mumbai, the IIT Powai, these four institutions alone I'm talking about. I'm not talking about IIT Tirupati and all those places. I'm not talking about, right? I only keep that in mind. So they are the people which are fostering that. So when you talk about the global institutions, I've already mentioned about MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Whether it is a field of engineering or technology or biotechnology or economics, I think the work that what they have done is phenomenal. What they have done is phenomenal, right? And professors are all completely different class by themselves. I had the occasion to interact with few of the professors from MIT, Stanford, and Harvard. What they are saying is the primary role is not teaching alone. It's not teaching alone. Hope you understand what I'm saying. They spend 25 hours, 25% of the time for teaching. The remaining 75% have been equitably distributed to research, consultancy, innovation project, community projects, and last, the institution building. These four are very, very important, vital. In fact, some of the faculties who are here might be even wondering, actually I am hired as a faculty, but I am doing all kind of other administrative jobs. This is not working. Actually, when you do more of administrative jobs, you will be able to enhance and improve your managerial capability, and then you can become The second one I wanted to say is none other than the Stanford, which is very close to Silicon Valley. I think the Google and similarly Microsoft, they have all been founded because of the wonderful influence that Stanford has made on their respective alumni and also with their students. Stanford University, entrepreneurship, technology transfer and things like that. I'm just moving further down. last but not the least, here is Harvard University. I think I need not talk about variety of disciplines, A to Z. You have got all disciplines get further enriched by Harvard University, the academic rigor, the discipline, the kind of work that what they are doing. HBR, Harvard Business Review, if you happen to go through, it is phenomenal. You can't, I am wondering, even in India, how many people have contributed regularly to Harvard Business Review. It's a big question. It requires different standards altogether, the gold standards like that, for which we can always equip ourselves, always go an extra mile every day. We'll talk about it at the end. So private sectors are funding Harvard University, then public sectors are funding the Harvard University. They make all groundbreaking innovations and things of that kind. Fine. So how these universities achieve this global distinction? I think the question comes to us. You say about Stanford, you say about Harvard, you say about MIT. How do they achieve it? They achieve it only because of these 4 factors, right? Number 1 is high quality infrastructure facilities. Any institution can thrive, not survive, can thrive only if you have the best in class infrastructure facilities. I think that should be non-negotiable, number 1, without which we can't even think of innovation, we can't think of research, we can't think of consulting opportunities. The second is cross-disciplinary approach. In fact, I'm going to touch upon this at the end. Unfortunately, my dear professors, ladies and gentlemen, all of us are acting like a silos. We don't even interact with the fellow colleagues, unfortunately. Right. I am also in an academic institution. I know the underbelly of the academic institution, having been there for 15, 16 years like that. Why I am saying this? We always feel threatened if we start sharing our knowledge with others. We feel intimidated. No, only by sharing knowledge, you become stronger. You become richer in terms of disseminating the knowledge. So what is important is cross-disciplinary knowledge. Research is required, industry partnerships, and also with governments. And you have to create a separate entrepreneurial ecosystem within the institution. In fact, I had the opportunity to interact with the head of the Department of Psychology, Dr. Professor Kavita Madam. I was just telling, we have to create every department as a department of excellence and preeminence. And our institution, our department should be visible across India, for which we have to elevate ourselves, upskill ourselves on a daily basis, for which all should take a united stand, meaning the faculty, the students, the institution, the stakeholders, all should have a single focus in mind. So entrepreneurial ecosystem, so that the students should not think of going for a job. They should be able to create jobs for themselves and also for others. That's what I said, entrepreneurial ecosystem. Fact. So above all, they require that leadership. Every institution should have a strong leadership. JBA's college has got a strong leadership. The department should have a strong leadership. Only when you have a strong leadership, we can take the institution to that next level. Fact. Now, I wanted to tell my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, research is the real bedrock. It's the real bedrock of knowledge creation. When you talk about research, there are 2 things you could always bear in mind. Number 1, you can contribute to the existing body of knowledge by doing research, or you can create something new that will solve the problems and challenges of today and tomorrow. Either this or that. But unfortunately, dear friends, we are only contributing to the existing body of knowledge alone, making more as trivial many. I want every one of you to make a soul-searching question before they embark on research. Is my research work going to add value to the society, to the problems of community? Will it really have some impact? I think that question that they should ask that, not with an intent to get the publication like that. I think that is there, but they should ask the soul-searching question of whether it will contribute to the societal development. It contributes to academic growth like that. So coming to the types of research, I think most of you are aware. Being JBA's college, I can't talk about engineering, but generally you have medical and health research, you have environmental and sustainability research, you can do that. Engineering and technology research, social science research, humanities and arts research, pedagogical research where in education setting, behavior and experimental economics research, psychology and cognitive science research. You can do several types of researchers. Wherever possible, you can always collaborate with other institutions of excellence and then pursue your research. Having said about this, let me just move on to the consultancy. First pillar I have completed research, the second pillar is consultancy. Consultancy basically is actually bridging the gap between the academia and the industry. There's a huge gap between academia and the industry. The left hand does not know what the right hand is doing. Right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. Academic people always sit in their ivory tower, I know all. And the corporate people, they are thinking, you know, but we do. Right? We are always known for practice. We are only known for theory, concept. It is of no use. But I believe strongly, theory without practice is blind, and practice without theory is sterile. We have to bring both theory and practice together, for which consultancy will act as a bridge between what I could say the academia and the industry. Right? We can always improve the business processes. We can always improve the operational efficiency. We can always put forward thinking to solve the problems of tomorrow. Like that, you can do wonders and wonders by taking up consultancy. Right? These are all the typical consultancy work. R&D, you can think of separate R&D projects you can do. Establish a department, the R&D department. Then strategic planning and management consulting. You can always be a consultant for different companies. I have seen professors. In fact, I had the opportunity to interact with Professor Tarun Khanna. You can always Google and find out. He's a Harvard University professor. He has done a lot of work on emerging market. I had the opportunity to interact with him 2-3 times on one-on-one basis. He always says, I go to the industry and then sit with the industry people, the CEOs, CXOs, the functional heads, understand what are the current problems they are facing, what are the challenges that they are having, what knowledge that if I can bring there will solve the pain areas of the organization, how can I bring delight to the customers, how can I really bring higher value, how can I improve my EBITDA, all those things, professors can always do that. Need not that a professor should be from an MBA, should know about finance like that. Every professor, every faculty should know about the financial terms. Just like finance for non-finance executive, in fact, the JPS college should conduct a separate workshop on finance for non-finance executives. You must know about it. Those were the days I need not know. No, you have to know all those areas very well. The need has come now, right? Need has come now. So these are all the various consultancy, training and capacity building. We can do a lot of programs for the corporates. At the Gemba level, at the shop floor level, we can always conduct training program for them. We can conduct training program for the middle level management. We can conduct programs for the CEOs and CXOs like that, right? Innovations, then data analytics, technology integration, transformation, quality assurance. So these are all the areas where you can think of consultancy. This is only an indicative list. I have not exhausted all the areas because for the want of time. Now coming to the consultancy here, I wanted to stress here, IIT, IIM and IISc always happen to be the forerunner in forwarding consultancy in the respective academic ecosystem. You can't say no to that. No, they are not like that. You can't say that. IIT Delhi Techno Entrepreneurial Development Center is a classical example there. Then similarly, IIM Ahmedabad has done a lot of programs for the neighboring industries at Gujarat, Ahmedabad, Mumbai and other places, right? You can always go there and then see. IIM Bangalore has done a lot of work on what I would say on IT and IT related logistics, supply chain. I have been there to IIM Bangalore, worked with those logistics center like that. They have done a lot of work for the industries and companies like that. Okay, fair enough. Now let me go to the third area called innovation. I can't make the topic innovation complete if I don't talk about Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs is a great guy, iconic guy who has completely revolutionized the mobile phone completely. You know, Nokia was actually the talk of the town 15 years back. Now Nokia he's no longer in the market. It comes with different kind of sizes, shapes, these technology, version, all. But still Nokia, no one prefers to buy Nokia, yes or no? But iPhone, starting with 4, 5, 5S like that, now it has come to 16. Now every family is saying, are we iPhone family? I think to that much extent, the iPhone penetration has gone beyond numbers, beyond imagination. Agree with me or not? So innovation actually distinguishes leader from that of followers. That's what Steve Jobs says. Steve Jobs says, I want every person not as a customer. I want them to be a fanatic. I want them to be my fan. That's what. Think of Microsoft, Bill Gates. You could see every system has got MS, yes or no, Microsoft. It has penetrated. You can't remove Microsoft from the world. It has penetrated completely. It has entrenched rather, right? So the power of innovation, right? New ideas for products, for services. Innovation is not only for products, it is for services also, right? It is for process also. Product innovation, Apple, iPhone, right? Toyota production system, I must necessarily mention about it. TPS has completely revolutionized the process portion of that by its, what I could say, grand TPM principles. OK, Kanban, Kaizen, right? Muda, Mura, Muri, all those are all TPS systems, particularly in automobile industry. TPM is very, very much required like that. It's again a great innovation, right? Process innovation. We also have business model innovation, the Uber model, the Swiggy model, Zomato model, like that you can think of that. I can give two case studies. One is Tesla, the electric car revolution here, and the next one is Google. So in the Google, what happens is they give the autonomy of say 2 hours, 3 hours for innovation. It's what they call it as innovation hour. We will not disturb you. We will not have any team meeting there. We only want you to spend the time only for innovation. That has really resulted in Gmail and Google Maps for the innovation what they have actually spent upon, right? Why I'm giving all these iconic examples, you'll be able to relate to it, how important, how necessary, how powerful the innovation is all about. These are all in the global stage, Stanford and Harvard, without doubt, right? I would say catalysts for bringing innovation in the Silicon innovation, interdisciplinary research, open innovation, crowdsourcing, all these things come under the innovation bucket. Fine. So with this, dear friends, with this we completed the objective 1. How global institutions foster a culture of research, consultancy and innovation. You have any thoughts that you can always add? Anything that you want to contradict, anything that you want to second, you can always say. I'll just pause for a few seconds and after that I will move on to the objective 2. Okay, since there is no question, you can always ask at the end. Let me just move on to objective number 2. What's objective number 2? The objective number 2 is, what are all the barriers that come in the way of fostering a culture of research, consultancy and innovation? I think we have to identify the barriers. What are those barriers? Let us just go about. Almost I have identified 8 to 9 barriers like that. We will just look at it each one at a time. The first one is funding. Funding is the biggest barrier that comes in the way of consultancy, research and innovation. Agree with me or not? Nowadays, every educational institution, higher education, struggle to pay the salary for the faculty members, struggle to pay the pensioners every month, yes or no? It is not only related to the aided institutions, even government institutions also struggle. They borrow from different places. Now they ensure on 30th or 31st of every month, salary for the faculty members are paid, pension for the pensioners are paid. Okay, now next month what should I do? That's the way it is going on. It is completely hand-to-mouth existence. We don't have the University Finance Commission. I think we should have able to have the University Finance Commission exclusively. Ashok Vardhan Shetty, right, where he actually pointed out this as one of the recommendations for that. If we happen to do that, we'll be able to manage effectively from a bureaucratic perspective, from a government perspective, right? We need substantial investment. Without money, we can't do all these three. I think these are very, very mandatory, essential, government funding. Then second one I could say is poor infrastructure. The classrooms should be smart classrooms. There should be research, what I could say, lab there. There should be place for consultancy. If company representatives come for a discussion with the faculty, where is the place for them to engage? Do they have a separate meeting room with appropriate facilities? I think this is a question that one should be able to ask themselves. I don't have any data for that, but I would say that we need infrastructure. We have infrastructure, but it is insufficient. That's what I'm saying. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm only saying we have an insufficient infrastructure and technology. Then lack of access to data, informations. We say, no, we don't have Office 365, we don't have this software, we don't have this one, we have not subscribed for this journal. All kind of things we will be able to come out with that because of the funding. Not institution doesn't want to do. Only when you have fund, you will be able to get that. The third reason I could say is inadequate skill development. How many faculty are being trained in how to do effective research? Both basic research, applied research and interdisciplinary research. How many people are trained in consultancy? How many people are trained in innovation? How many of us know the work of Dr. Vijay Govindarajan, the professor of Tech School of Business, who talked about 3-box solution? He talked about 3-box solution. The first box is managing the present. The second box is what I call it as selectively forgetting the past. The third box is creating the future. Most of us are only staying in the box number 1, managing the present. We are not even going to box number 2 and box number 3. Every day our efforts are more on completing the class, finishing the assignments, correcting the assignments, supervising the seminar, whatever they are doing, setting the question paper, correcting the question paper, going for invigilation, getting ready for the next semester. That's what the everyday goes. I'm not denying it, we have to, but we have to prioritize certain hours for our own research, consultancy and innovation. That's what I'm saying. Lack of research and consultancy training, interdisciplinary expertise. Most of the departments are silo departments, right? This department people never interact with other department, that department will never interact with that. They only meet in a common place when college organizes a function of that kind. Even when this auditorium also, they prefer to sit only with the respective known people, not even to the unknown people, right? They were all strangers, familiar strangers. Every day I'm seeing this professor, I have not known their name, right? Strangers to familiar stranger, at least in this, that also we hesitate to do, and then it never gets transformed to become a friend like that. That's a real problem. I'm just telling the real problem that what we are facing. Inadequate skill development, insufficient recognition and incentives also. When you submit all those things, credentials, I have done this, I have done that, how many organized institutions really take cognizance of the work what you have done? We are ready to award you, we are ready to honor you, we are going to make you as the best faculty of the year, best researcher of the year, consultant of the year. The progress is humongous. The tiny habits, the atomic habits really come to my mind when I think about this, right? Innovate. So there is also a gap between research and teaching, right? They come, deliver and go back. They give some problem, whatever that they know. There is no blend of teaching and research like that. There's a problem. There is no proper integration, inadequate integration. Limited practical experience. People study about all the things that are applied. Yes. People study about all the things that are applied. They study HRM, they study training and development. They have not done any one training program. They have not seen how the training program is being conducted, how training program is evaluated. They only know everything from the books, from the Google, from ChatGPT. That's all. they don't know what the real world is all about. The practical immersion is very much critical. Next is focus on academic research rather than societal impact. As I said earlier, whatever research that we embark upon should always solve the problems of the society. It should solve the pain areas of the society. It should be able to provide value to the society. In that way, you can always think about it, right? That's the way research should always be that. Then lack of collaboration between academia and industry. In fact, I was just sharing our professor of psychology department. We can even have where we can bring industry experts here to our institution. Many of the industry experts, they don't know how JBS college is functioning for the last 40 years, 50 years like that, or 60 years like that. They don't know. Once they come here, they'll be able to see, wow, I think we missed this institution so long. Why not we just have a partnership with that? We'll provide them internship, we'll provide them placement, we'll do some joint work like that. So lack of collaboration with the industry and academia is again the real need of is the real challenge that we are facing. Limited engagement. Even we don't know how to talk to the corporate people like that, right? Even we need a different style of communication when you are interacting with them in the formal mail, right? The corporatish way of email is far different from the academic email like that. So all these things require training, fine-tuning from our end. We need to work on that. We need to make the course correction from our end. Likewise, bureaucracy is again a major area. That's a big source of concern for us. Rigid administrative structures, delay. You submit the proposal, you don't get the required response from the people concerned. You wait, you make a follow-up, nothing happens. You just drop the ball, you lack the motivation, and after that you continue, the status quo continues like that, right? So resistance to change, why should we do it? I am already being hired by an institution, it is permanent, I am secured, I am safe. Let me just retire comfortably. I don't want to stretch extra mile. I don't want to push my envelope. I don't want to go, anything extra from what has been given is not required. Why should I put a burden on myself? I want work-life Saturday, Sunday. I want time with family. If you start thinking like that, I think higher education is not meant for such kind of people, right? Higher education is meant for those people who should be passionate. They need PhD not as an additional degree. When I say PhD, I mean passion. When I say H, I say hunger. When I say D, it is discipline. They need passion, they need hunger, they need discipline to bring a culture of research, consultancy and innovation. Shortage of skilled talent. When you are not able to incentivize people will leave the institution, and as a result of it, we will not be able to hold the right type of people for our academic ecosystem. So because of low compensation, brain drain actually happens. Lack of public sector, private sector support, that's also another struggle that we are facing from an academic institution perspective. We can even combine and collaborate with NGOs. That's also a possibility. You can think of several NGOs are there. For instance, Banyan is a big NGO. I think our psychology faculty know about it. We can work with them closely, right? So we have completed the second objective also. What are all the various challenges that come in the way of fostering the culture of research, consultancy and innovation. Now let me come to the third important area, what faculty bring that culture of research. Not in that way, right? Changing the mindset should come from within, right? You should have, yes, I can, I will. If not, I who will. I think that question you have to ask on every day, right? Mindset change. I want you to have growth mindset. Please go through the book of Carl Dweck, who has written a fantastic book called Growth Mindset book. She is from, Stanford. She has done lot of work in the area of growth mindset. Even Angela Duckworth is a great fan of called weak. Mindset change is required. You have to go beyond the traditional academic role. Teach here, go. Teach here, go. No way. Right? The days have all gone by. Now you have to, what got you here will not get you there. What got you here will not get you there. You need different skill sets. You need different knowledge. You need different behaviors to show excellence. Right? So these are the first one, I would say, continuous learning and professional development. Dear friends, this is the first one I would like to say. First thing, continuous. Ask every one of you, how many hours do you spend every day? Not that way. Am I learning anything new? I think that's the question you must ask. For which you have to ask the question, what time that you get up in every day morning? What time you go to bed every day? I think only when this question is asked, that can be really deliberated, dialogue upon. If you have the habit of getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, start getting up at 5 o'clock, become the 5 a.m. club member. If not, no, I can't get up early, I am a night bird, I am an owl, like that. So if you go to bed at 9 o'clock, extend for another 1 hour and have the me time. When I say the me time, it should be away from all gadgets. Not reels, not Insta, not anything like that, the social media. Only what I call the pursuit of knowledge. 1 hour. And this 1 hour, if you do that, again you should be able to do it smartly. 20 minutes you assimilate. The another 30 minutes, start reproducing, start recollecting, start repeating. The brain rule is repeat to remember, remember to repeat. Repeat to remember, remember to repeat. Keep on doing that next day. Write down, share it the next day with your friends. Have a buddy system. So continuous learning and professional development is number one. Second is interdisciplinary research. Immediately start interacting with your fellow science department. If you are a psychologist, interact with economics or interact with sociology, interact with anthropology, like that. Cross-disciplinary, get the grants, talk to the HOD, like that. The third area is consultancy opportunity. It will not fall from the rooftop. Consultancy opportunity. You need to go and then talk to the industry. You need to go and then find out, do the sensing study. Then only you will be able to know there is a scope for consultancy. Right? Engage with the industry partners. Go and enroll yourself in CAA forums, Madras Management Association, IMA, like that. Go and participate in such industrial forums. Madras, go there, interact, meet other people, what they are doing, how they are performing, and all those stuff. Both academic and like that. Then innovation and entrepreneurship. Support the students all the time, taking up entrepreneurial projects, innovation projects, like that. Bring them for a brainstorming, let them just do it, they'll be able to come out effectively. Strong collaborations with the government and NGOs. In fact, both the central government and state government are ready enough to support your interest in, what I could say, consultancy as well as innovation projects. If they will be able to add value to them, they don't mind partnering with you. For which you have to come out with a proposal. You have to come out with an approach note. How I will make a difference to the organization, to the government. They will be able to do it. NGOs, co-create projects, promote real-world application of research. Digital transformation, I need not share about it. You necessarily have to be digitally competent, fluent. Then only you can survive the tsunami of change. I also want the organization, institution to create knowledge repository. Very, very important. Knowledge repository is very, very important. See, I as a person who drove knowledge management initiative for a bigger global supply chain conglomerate, because when people leave the institution, knowledge also go along with them. Right? Most of the knowledge, they are all with their laptops. Right? You have to necessarily create a system, a repository wherein you have to collect all the tacit knowledge and explicit knowledge, put it in the repository so that the institution should not suffer from any amnesia. The institution should have longer bigger organizational memory, institutional memory. That is very, very important. You are here in this region, right, for this 25 years. After you leave, no one knows about what you have done, nothing, no records, documentation. Thanks to NBA, thanks to NAC, they are insisting documentation for each and everything. Even for today's deliberation, yesterday's deliberation, you need to document everything. You have to. It requires a lot of effort, but it's worth doing, right? So, embrace technology and digital transformations. Seventh area is mentorship and collaboration. I would like every students to provide them the mentoring opportunity, to choose the mentor. Supposing 40 students are there in the class, let the 40 students can select mentors from the faculty. Each faculty can be a mentor at least to 4 students, minimum to start with. And then they can continuously engage with that faculty member. Over a period of time, you could see a big transformation happening in the students. Mentor, you should not assign mentor to students. Mentors should be chosen by the students. That's very, very important. If you assign so and so, this student is fine, I'll put this faculty. No. Students should choose the mentor rather than mentors are assigned to the students, mentees. Right. So as I said earlier, societal challenges, climate change, poverty, disease prevention, right, behavioral health, so many areas are there. Digital addiction, there are a lot of problems that the society faces. You have to look upon the societal challenges, bring out solutions that your research should offer, which should benefit community. Most importantly, seek feedback. Dear friends, unfortunately, I still remember in 90s when University Grants Commission introduced performance feedback for the faculty members, that too from the students. There was hue and cry from the entire faculty. How dare that students can give feedback about my capability. Students don't know anything about it. Those days have gone by. We need to every day ask feedback from the stakeholders. What am I? How am I doing? What behavior should I continue? What behavior should I stop immediately? What behavior I should acquire something new? I should ask. Not only in the academic institution, even in the family you must ask. Every day living within the family is a challenge. Because your spouses, your children expect you to be a superman, superwoman every day. They want you to be superhero. Batman, Spider-Man, like that. Batman, anything for that matter. You have to ask them what behavior I should change, what behavior I should acquire. You have to ask them every month. Start working towards that. Seek feedback and also work on the feedback. Very, very important. Then, most importantly, I want you to be a thought leader. When you think of management, C.K. Prahalad names comes to my mind. Ram Charan comes to my mind. David Ulrich comes to my mind. They are all the thought leaders in the respective management space. Likewise, you should be a thought leader, an advocate for research. That is very, very, very important. So you should have wider publications, international publications, patents, rich peer-reviewed journals. Your publication should get featured, mainstream outlets, participate in conferences and programs of this kind, go overseas and then do programs for people outside. To wrap up, my dear friends, what I said was, what is required is proactive mindset is required. If you continue with your existing mindset, the status quo continues. If you come with a proactive mindset, the status quo will be necessarily be disturbed and you will go for new behaviors, right? So, curiosity, have that curiosity, very important. We are all curious when we were young, but all curiosity have come down because no one has promoted your curiosity. Why you ask this question? Why? Why do you ask? Why do you ask? They snubbed you. They snubbed you basically. As a result of it, we never stay curious at all. You always follow the sedulous ape. Never ask the question. Well, I want to tell the story of a tailless fish. Husband and wife, right, on one Sunday morning, wife prepared a curry called fish curry. But the fish curry was so delicious and yummy. Husband asked the wife, right, why the fish is without the tail. The wife said, I don't know. What are you saying you don't know? No, only my mother knows. I learned it from my mother. So they went to the mother and asked, the fish curry prepared by your daughter is very good, but it is without the tail. Why is it so? The mother-in-law said, I don't know, only my mother knows. Like that, the story goes to great-great-great-great-grandmother. The great-great-great-grandmother said, I don't have a big tawa, red vessel, that's why I cut the fish, tail of the fish. I kept it like that. All the people also followed the same thing, even though they are affordable to have it. That's the way we are. We never ask question at all, right? So, what is important is you need to necessarily ask the question. You need to necessarily ask the question. That is very, very important if you really have to progress. When you look upon the deliverables, we talked about how global institutions foster, what are all the barriers, then finally what new behaviors that we should be able to demonstrate to them that fosters research, consultancy and innovation. With this, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I complete my session. Now you can ask the question. Now the time is 10:47, right? Now over to the audience. Any question, please? So before I entertain question from you, I really want to say I completely enjoyed the session with all of you, and it was really, really, you made my day. You made my day. I love you so much. Thank you, my dear friends. Yes.
Sir, it's not a question. I just want to add one more point to what you have said. In the beginning of your presentation, you said a faculty without a PhD guided long time back for a PhD degree holder. It holds very much good in Anna University before 2010. If I got the 18 publication, international publication, it gives me a status of a professor. A professor, even without a PhD degree, can guide a PhD student. So I got my recollection to my olden days. And one more thing is
Sweet memories. Sweet memories.
Yes. Either I got PhD or not. If I got international publication, I'm fine. And one more thing is for engineering faculties at that time and all, either I'm 25 passed out or 26 passed out, it doesn't matter. Whichever year, how many years experience I got. But if my gate score is above 90 plus, I'm qualified as per Anna University to be a qualified engineering faculty. Irrespective of either I got net, set, PhD, all those things doesn't matter. So those are the things that came to my recollection. So these 2 points I just got that.
It's good that you were able to relate to when you was just
yes. So one more thing I want to say.
Yes.
In your discussion, you said association with the industries. Our college is already associated with those two institutions, Madras Management Association. We are an institution member, Madras Chamber of Commerce. We are also an institution member. So we have got a lot of industry collaboration. So I just want to, because
give you a big round of applause. I think really source of inspiration for all of us. Good. You become the member of MMA, become a member of Madras Chamber of Commerce. Very good. I said that, you mentioned it right now. Okay, very nice.
Yes, we are continuous member of MMA. So in that way, we are updated with the industry collaboration. And as I said, from universities, the faculty description, qualification, it differs, and also for departments.
Absolutely.
I still remember only from 2010, government has made it mandatory that PG degree is needed for teaching UG faculty. I'm saying about engineering.
Absolutely.
Only then the admission of ME degrees are increased and all those things.
Correct.
Before that, the gate score is fine.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. Any question? No questions means yes, yes, sir. Professor is asking the question, please.
Sir, I just would like to add one thing in your first part of your presentation. You have mentioned some examples of MIT and all that
Yes.
as well as some universities
Yes, sir.
and institutions. My suggestion to all of the staff members here, please visit their websites and try to see the policies they have designed
Absolutely.
for research, consultancy, innovation, and all other parts.
Fantastic.
This is one very important document of every institution. Because of that institutions have thrived in this area. But for that, mindset of management, mindset of teachers and supporters, whoever, that is very, very important.
Absolutely.
In this concern, actually IQAC, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, should give very much attention for this area. They should prepare such very nice policies. Maybe you can copy, but not word to word, but looking the situation at your location or at your institution, we can design such policies, and that policy help a lot.
Absolutely.
Creating such type of atmosphere at your place. That is my judge.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Very, very valid thought. Really appreciate your thoughts. Yes. So with this note, I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. God bless you in your endeavors. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting how embracing research, consultancy, and innovation can empower higher education to drive meaningful progress and shape a better and more sustainable future. I would like to invite Dr. Sultana, Assistant Professor of Economics, to propose the vote of thanks.
I quote, "Gratitude makes sense of past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. Melody Diati." I unquote. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to one and all present here. It's my privilege to have been here to propose vote of thanks for this technical session on driving progress, fostering research, consultancy, and innovation for a thriving future. First and foremost, I am highly grateful to the Almighty for His endless mercy and blessings upon us. My gratitude to our resource person, Dr. Sabesan, Professor of Practice, VIT Chennai, for accepting our invitation despite his busy schedule and threw light on how higher education plays a crucial role in shaping societies, economies, and industries in the field of research, and how consultancy act as bridging academia and industry and the power of innovation, and what faculty can do to drive research, consultancy, and innovation. Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise and insights, which have undoubtedly enriched our understanding and the importance of innovation and research in shaping the future of our institution. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your active and valuable contribution. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Request our beloved principal and correspondent, Dr. Amtul Aziz, to present a memento to Dr. Sabesan as a token of our gratitude and appreciation.
Mouse.
I would like to invite Dr. Tiagu, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Central University of Karnataka, Karaganchi, to kindly take his seat on the dais.
Madam, you can stop this. Okay. 1 minute, just I'm okay.
The second technical session of the day is titled Aligning Sustainable Development Goals with Quality Education, a Pathway to Excellence in Higher Education. I now invite Dr. Gayatri, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to welcome the resource person, Dr. K. Tyagu, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Central University of Karnataka, Karaganchi.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the second session of the day on aligning sustainable development goals with quality education, a pathway to excellence in higher education. The landscape of higher education is evolving rapidly, and institutions are no longer just centers of academic learning. They are becoming crucibles for innovation, ethical leadership, and sustainable development. The United Nations SDGs, as they are called, particularly goal number 4, which emphasizes on inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all, offers a very powerful framework for reimagining the purpose and impact of higher education. Let us explore how aligning our curriculum, pedagogy, research, and institutional policies with a broader vision of sustainability can lead not only to academic excellence but also to a more just, resilient, and forward-thinking society. It is a call for all of us as educators, mentors, and change makers, responsibility into the core of our teaching and learning processes. To share his insights and give us actionable strategies on the topic, we have with us Dr. Tyagu, and it is my pleasure to introduce him to all of you. Dr. Tyagu is an associate professor in the Department of Education at the Central University of Karnataka with 17 years of academic experience. Previously, he served as an assistant professor at the Central University of Kerala and Central University of Tamil Nadu. Holding multiple advanced degrees, including an MSc and MPhil in mathematics, an MEd and MPhil in education, an MSc in psychology, and a PhD in educational technology, Dr. Tyagu's interdisciplinary expertise spans data analysis, descriptive statistics, and multivariate analysis, along with deep knowledge in education. Has published over 90 research articles in national and international journals and completed more than 60 MOOCs courses on platforms like Coursera, Udemy, and Swayam. Digital education. He has been a resource person at 125 conferences and
Let us welcome Dr. K. Tyagu with a warm round of applause.
Good morning. So, first of all, thanks to these managements to provide a chance for me to share my views on the area. Actually, this is a new area for me. Basically, I am the person to handle this session on hands-on training basis. This is the first time I am just going to connect with you all SDG. I hope you are already familiar with this topic. The thing is that I am not be giving a torturing to you. Do you know the meaning of lecture? According to the dictionary of the learners, I am talking about the students' dictionary. According to the students, the lecture is meaning is torturing. I don't like to give the torture. I like to going to engaging you. So I request all to use your mobile phone and just give the task to you. You have to be participate that activity, and from this activity you are going to explore the topic which I am going to be present now. So here the topic which I am focusing now, aligning SDG with quality education. The question is the quality is a question mark. Even the previous speaker was highlighting a lot of things related to the education aspects or quality aspects. The same thing I'm going to project it, and parallelly I'm highlighting some other pathways to excellent higher education. This is my basic topic, and here I'm going to be divide my topic. Just I'm going to give you some insights whether the higher education is quality oriented. That is going to be identified. The second thing, I'm just going to give some of the strategies to align the SDGs with our higher education sector. These are things I'm going to projecting. And the first question to all of you. So kindly do the introspects. Whether the education which we lead in the higher education is it quality oriented? Kindly do the introspects. And the answer, I'm just going to show with some of the answers. The answer which you're pursuing, the answer which you're thinking now, through the means I'm going to present now. According to you, the higher education, we have a lot of dreams related to the higher educations, and we felt that the higher education which we are earning, we are getting, it's purely based on the certificate base, right? So now, even I'm thinking that the education of Indian scenario is purely based on the mark based. So we are talking about AI generated, but parallelly, the teachers like us, we are thinking the student as a mark generator. The learners may be mark generated business only. So this is a way we are feeling, or is it, thinking about the students. Now we can see some insights about how higher education sectors and the examination scenario and current education systems, how it's going on. There is no need to much explanations about that image, because a single image talking about 1,000 minutes. Hope you are getting some links and all. And when I look onto this image, 10 years before I wrote one verse, I just like to share you. That verse is very some kind of painful words only related to the education systems. It is in Tamil. Vahuppariyil Mayanathin Saptam, Vetiyanaga Asiriyan, Vinamaha Manavan, Kolli Thiyaga Vinathal, Yeni Thagi Sudugar Vahuppariyil. So most of the classrooms like this only. So we are not treated the student as the students. We are thinking the student as a mark generated missions, and we are measuring the performance of the students as a mark based only, not in a quality basis, not in a skill basis. So that is a bigger challenge of our education system, but we are talking about quality. We are talking about quality. Now you can see this image is talking about how the creativity, discipline, and intelligence comes out, right? And see this one more things which I like to highlight here. When students sit on examination, so you know that the students are examination means they're cheating a lot, and that is the reason now this is a scenario beginning the semester and the end of the semester. So in this some case, this image may be apt for some case, some other case also. Before marriage, after the marriage also, this may be apt in some cases, not for all the cases. And you can see, always the people like us, I am talking about the students' thoughts. A week before examinations, they directly jump to the temple only, right? Just for pray for get the pass mark. This is a way we are connected with this God. And do you know the fact, even when I connect with my students, they are always telling this, sir, 1 month before we are referring the foreign author book in the library. 1 week before the examination, they refer the foreign author book in the library. 1 month before, 1 week before, we explore only the Indian authors which have the textbook that we are referring. 1 day before the examination, what is the material which we have that we are referring it. But day of the examination, we become the author of the examinations. So you are the author of the examination, none of the content may not be matched with the resource which you connected. Right? So this is the way the students are writing this examination. They are very creative. Only things the teacher like us, we doesn't know how to evaluate. That is a process. Yeah. It is not only for the student case, even the teacher's case of the same scenario. Right? In all the cases, even the teacher and the students can have the same kind of issues we are facing it. I hope none of the faculty member and none of the students not coming for only for certificate of this program. Hope so. Because most of the time, when you organize a seminar or in a workshop, the number of parties is very less only. Even the peoples without present, they are asking the certificate only. Sir, kindly send the certificate. So this is a way now this system is going on. So now in this we are going to discussing about SDG. Because we are talking about SDG in the case of fourth, you can see this. The fourth one is talking about SDG 4. It is talking about the quality education. Here I am going to give some kind of insights how we can lead this quality education if you sustain this kind of SDGs in the higher education. Like this, I'm just giving some kind of insights overview about this, and I don't give much what is the overview about this. I hope you already know that there is a 17 SDGs. Along with this, there is a 169 targets covering economic, social as well as environment development based. There is a 17 goals is there. Under this, I am focusing on SDG 4. It is talking about inclusive as well as the equitable education. So, do you know the difference between the inclusive and equitable education? That we must be aware of it first. Inclusion means we need to be accompanied all the people. Like it's like related to the participation. You can see the slide. You can get some insights. Everyone is in the room. It's part of the inclusion. But equity, we need to give this equal opportunity, and we need to give this fairness of the each individuals. So here I'm just giving this insight. Everyone in the room has tools to succeed. That is talking about equity. If you want to give this example, I just give the example also. Everyone gets a seat at the table. It may be a inclusion. But if you go to the hotel, you can see some of the 3-star or 5-star hotel. They will have the different size of chairs. Because the children, they have the different chairs. For the very small kids, there is different chairs. So based on the nature of the child, they give the different heights of the chairs. Then only the children maybe eat the foods. So like that, they're giving the different heights of the chairs to eat the food. The same way, in the classroom, you can give this equal opportunity based on the individual needs. For example, I'm using a PowerPoint. Just give the insight how the inclusions may be possible through the online. I'm using a Microsoft Office 365. Suppose this room, there is a hearing impaired child. There is a small hearing impaired child. And I want to connect this, the hearing impaired child is very big challenge, because most of the audience is a normal audience. They can have the hearing capability and all. But a single child in the classroom is a hearing impaired, how we can connect with them? So here you can see there is an option called caption. In PowerPoint itself, we have captions. When you enable the caption, what are things I'm speaking is typing now. Are you able to see this? Are you able to see this? So now I'm just speaking it. The same thing is typing by machine. The machine is nothing but artificial intelligence. This is part of the NLP, natural language processing. How the technologies make the classroom in an inclusive base, in an equity base. This is a best example. I'm just giving the insights. So if you want to stop this, I just click this. It will be available in the Microsoft 365, or if you are using a latest version of MS Office, you may get these options. And I just give this the difference between the inclusion as well as the equity, some kind of classroom context. Allowing students with a disability attend the regular classes is normal. So you can accommodate all the students, different abilities, different language people. If you accommodate, that's called as an inclusions. But giving extra tutoring to the students from the rural background students. Similarly, exam time for students with learning kind of special opportunity or special things to the later the fairness of the students. We are giving some opportunity for them. It is part of the equity. Why I'm focusing this one? Just we need to think about while connected with the SDGs. In this case, if you fulfill the SDG 4 in the higher education, default it may be connected with the other SDGs also. So other SDGs in the sense all other 16 SDGs education things only. And before going to SDG, I'm just going to give some kind of task to you. Are you ready? So I request all to use your mobile phone. So I want to know whether you are already familiar with this, the SDGs. I'm just going to give, I want to know your pulse about the SDGs. So I request all to use your mobile phone. I'm just giving a small activity for you. You are going to give this answer from your mobile phone. I can find the answer from here. There is 5 questions only related to the SDGs as well as the higher education role. So use your browser. Use your browser now. Yeah, so I request all use your mobile phone. Go to your browser, type slido.com, and type the code number 3203200 without any space. You can type the code. Without any space, you can type the code. There is no need to give any space. There is no need to give any space. Just go with the slider.com. You are finding this code pin number. There is an option called type a pin number. Number 3203200. Or you can use your mobile phone. You can use the Google Lens and scan the QR code. If you scan the QR code in the sitting place, you can be able to conduct this activity. Right, so you can connect. Hope you are able to connect. The first question may be visible, those are connected. You can try. You want to use this QR code to scan. Just type slido.com and ask the pin number 3203200. And the three participants are about to type. That's a question, very simple. In one word, you can give the answer. What comes to your mind when you hear Sustainable Development Goals? There is no need to give the same answer which I already given. You can give the other answer also. I request all to give only one word. You can give the 2 or 3 words, but one by one. You can give 2 or 3 words one by one, not an issue. But at a time, you can give only one word only. So, for example, if you give the growth, you enter once, submit one. After that, you can give the next word. And parallelly, this is like we are learning together. So this is the best example how each individuals learn together. It's like a collaborative way we are learning together. The first question is very simple questions only I asked. What comes in your mind when you hear your Sustainable Development Goals? Thank you so much. I got 50 responses. You can see the number of responses I got 55. Within a fraction, within maximum 1 minute, I got this much of responses. Now, from this, I can get some kind of quality answer from this. Most of the people that respond, the answer is called growth. How we can find this? The font is little bigger. It's in the frequency. The same like quality based research, the people might know that the word growth is somewhat bigger than the other text. It seems that most of the people are given this kind of terms. So from this, I understood that in your mind, the SDG represent, the Sustainable Development Goals represent growth, development, future, action, education, impact, equity, change, environment, and parallelly you are giving a lot of things satisfying present with compromising futures, quality, humanizations, progress. So thank you so much. So hope you are getting this. What if even you can understand what the other people are thinking about the SDGs, right? So still the people are giving the response. And just move to the next question. This like you can do the introspect and give the answer. Do you think higher education in India effectively promoting SDG 4 in education? Give that correct answer. What you felt, you can give this answer, please. Do you think the higher education in India is effectively SDG 4 is promoting? Yes, I got 86 responses. Thank you so much. You are giving very fast responses. The same thing if I ask the oral question, whether you give the response? People, each one's having some kind of fear, stage fear, some kind of personalitical problem to come forward to give this answer. But now we can just connect it with a small activity. I can get 1 or 10 participants' responses. Right? It's like more than half of the group, I mean this room's participants, they give the responses. Thank you so much to provide the response. I got 114. From this, I got this 57% of population, I mean from this group, they suggest that or they felt that needs significant improvement in the case of SDG 4 promoting in the case of higher education. 25% somewhat, and I good that none of the people not giving is not at all. Okay, I hope there is no people is giving the not at all. So somewhat is 26%, and yes, very effective for 70%. Thank you so much. Give the response. And the remaining questions, I'm just going to give some kind of instructions. After that, I'm continuing with the other questions. Please keep your mobile phone as it is, right? So the other questions I will ask the next, this phase, right? Now we understood what is called SDG 4, whether it's promoting in the case of higher education, the Indian context, you give the response also. But parallelly, we need to think about the key themes of SDG 4. There is 5 key themes related to the SDG 4. One is equity, inclusion. I already mentioned that equity gives us equal opportunity and based on the needs. Even the terms, it's called tailored. So based on the individual needs, you can give this things. In the case of inclusions, you can accept all the people as it is. So inclusion to access, that is important, and quality and relevance in education content. When you develop a content, also you need to be think about to develop a content in a quality aspect as well as the relevance base. And apparently the SDG 4 is highlighting the lifelong learning. That is the reasons now the people are talking about MOOCs. Do you know what's called MOOCs? Massive Open Online Course. Now apparently the people are talking about MOOC. MOOP. What's called MOOC? Massive Open Online Programs. Previously only the course, a single paper only is available. Now the entire programs, the people may be getting through the online. The best example, IIT Chennai, they have an online program that is called Data Science. It seems there's a BSc course. They have a online programs like this. Even like there is a some of you can look onto the MOOC courses. There is no age limit. There is no age barrier. Anyone without any age barrier, they can enroll the courses, then finish the courses. And one more thing, this kind of MOOCs giving a very important things about the distance is a zero distance only. Even I can get the certificates Harvard University, Stanford University with the distance of zero. The place which I am staying there itself I can study, I can get the certificates. Therefore, this kind of MOOCs and MOOCs program is providing space to us get the certificates to different universities and all. So it leads lifelong learning and teacher training and education infrastructure. That also the stars highlighted the previous things, because even when you think about the SDG, most of teachers not be aware of it, how to incorporate the SDGs into the curriculum transaction and all. And we need to give you a special attentions for the teachers to give orientation in this. And parallel global citizenship and sustainability literacy, particularly about the digital literacy, very important things in the case of current context. And when you think about the SDGs 4 as an outcome target, there is a 7 outcome targets that I'm just going to connect with the strategy also later. The first one, universal primary, secondary education, nothing but up to the age of 12, all the people may have the free education. That's already in the Indian, we already have that kind of things. Ensure all the girls and boys, they're focusing on the gender bias. And one thing I found that from here, and most of the, when you go for a different university, different colleges, most of the technical persons, like even I found that the people are doing the live streaming with the OBS studio. But normally this OBS studio live streaming and are done by the male people only. Normally male, most of the. But here I really wonder that the females have started to do this kind of initiative because they are also technically sound. So it's a very good sign to lead this kind of things, and especially that one girl also taking this camera, right? These are the good sign to equate the male and female. There is no bias in the case of male and female. But normally there some kind of biasness happen in the institution itself. Always the cameraman or this kind of technical support people always in the males only. This kind of scenario to be overcome. And why I'm focusing this one, according to the SDG 4 also is talking about gender disparity, other things and all. And the 4.2 talking about every child, early childhood development, especially focus on child development as well as child care, right? That is called ECCE, that are things they focusing. And the 4.3, it is related to the higher education. That is equal access to the technical, vocational and higher education without any kind of bias, look like in the case of bias like male and female. There is no bias in the case of physically disabled. There is no, all the people can be accommodated for this. And 4.4 is talking about relevant skill, particularly the youth and adult should have some kind of employment skills, some kind of decent jobs as well as entrepreneurship skills and all. These are things we need to be emphasized in the higher education. And 4.5 talking about gender equality. When you give this importance to education, automatically the gender inequality, it will be overcome. So that's the reason they given this importance to gender equality and inclusions. 4.6 talking about universal youth literacy. Particularly, it's focused on literacy and numeracy. In Indians rural area, the people is not getting the proper literacy and numeracy. This they have to be fulfilled. And 4.7 talking about education for sustainable development and global citizenship. It is talking about the sustainable lifestyles and human rights and gender. Once again, it's talking about gender equality, because these are things main focus on the in the education sector. There is no need for inequality. It will be equal opportunity for all. These are things they emphasize. And the topic which is assigned for alignment. Okay, how we can align this things SDG into the higher education. For this, I just made you 5 alignment strategies. One is called we need to promote, as already the previous speaker also focusing on interdisciplinary research. This we need to think much. Because now, even I'm basically from mathematics background, but now I moved to the education because you know that those are background of education, they have a different major subject also. So when you do the research, automatically we may conduct the quantitative research along with mathematical education and technology. Like this, we need to think about different sectors, interdisciplinary based research we need to go with this, and particularly here we need to think about the SDGs. We know that we have the 17 SDGs. That field based we need to think about interdisciplinary based research and all. And we need to encourage equity and inclusion, breaking down the barriers to access in the different contexts in the higher education. And the reinforce the institutional accountability and social responsibility. These are another things we need to think about in the higher education sector. And the things are already highlighted. The previous speaker is talking about funding as well as the partnership. Collaboration, very important things in the case of higher education. And last one, enhance the graduate employability. Now the question mark, we have a lot of institutions. All the people are, you know, the education system into the SDGs. The second one, research alignment, the previous speaker, education system into the SDGs. The second one, research alignment, the previous speaker already talking about research and innovations. So we need to do some kind of interdisciplinary research and specially focus on the SDG based. And the third one, campus operation and management, especially in Chennai and all, you know that a lot of pollution is there. The best example, you can look onto the IIT Chennai, we can find the full greenery campus and all. So they take a lot of initiatives to keep this campus very well green. Everything they look onto this kind of thing, like sustainable infrastructure as well as sustainable procurement, you need to think. And the next one, community engagement as partnerships. Basically, I'm from St. Joseph College, Tiruchirappalli. There's a program called Shepherd program. I don't know how many people are aware of it. During, I'm talking about in the year 2004, we were, that institution may be sent 1 week, I said like a stay-based one kind of camp. We need to go for it's a compulsory, it's a credit also. We need to spend the time with the rural people and we need to give some kind of support, different support like education support, different way we need to support the rural people. That kind of community engagement programs, even I done it in the year 2004. So like this, lot of institutions should come forward to connect this kind of community engagement as well as partnership programs. And institutional governance and cultures. So all the institutions should have some kind of policies related to the SDG, how it connected, and parallelly, their policy whether they can execute. For this, we need to have some kind of monitoring committee also. The problem, we have policies, but most of the policies not being executed properly. Therefore, the policies one end and parallelly we need to make some kind of monitoring system to monitor whether this kind of things are incorporated. That we need to be monitored. And finally, digital and inclusive learning access. These things very important, particularly this MOOCs, no, I'm talking about MOOCs, it's fill this gap between the different kind of gaps. Particularly, you know that some of the students get this degree or getting the courses into the well-reputed colleges and all, well-reputed institution, the university. But this kind of MOOCs program that helping the people to get any kind of university to get the certificate and all, and parallelly helping for inclusive learning access. So just I'm giving this that 6 strategies to align the Indian higher education system with the SDGs. And I'm just going to give you one question to all of you. Please use your mobile phone now. Use your mobile phone. Hope you are kind of the same. I'm just going to connect the another questions related to my next slide presentation. So the next question for you. Yes, should sustainability and SDG topics to be part of all degree programs? What is your opinion, please? So here I'm talking about curriculum development. So now I request all to give your insights about what is your opinion whether the sustainability and SDG topic be part of the degree program? Is it compulsory or not? So there is a 4 options. Yeah, so once again 36 response. I request all to respond. Out of 50 responses, 82 people are, 82% of people are responded yes, it's for all students. Now the question is that whether it's like a core paper or elective paper, that's the question, or it will be connected with already existing courses. Like this we need to plan. So now you all are highlight that it's needed only for specific courses. Some people are giving 11%, like social science environment, and optional add-on course. Some people are giving the 4%. Good things that 0% people not giving, not necessary. Okay, fine. So it seems that all the people having the positive opinion to incorporate the SDGs in the curriculum, and just giving the insight how we can connect this SDG in the curriculum integrations. Now you have the positive thought to integrate, and just giving these 4 options how to integrate with this. The first one, interdisciplinary SDG courses. It will be blended. You can give some kind of like core courses also. Like you can create some courses like environmental consistency, environmental ethics, or global development challenge. Like this, you can create some kind of course and offer the course to the learners. That's called interdisciplinary SDG courses. And SDG models in exists already. Existing course might be there, like environmental something. You can add 1 or 2 models along with this. And otherwise, SDG focused projects based learning. You can assign some kind of projects to the teachers or the learners to connect with this SDGs. So even the project based learning is also helping to emphasize this kind of SDGs. And the last one, emphasize on education for sustainable development. Particularly in the education system, we can give the importance to critical thinking, system thinking, as well as the participatory learning. These are things we can highlight as part of the SDG 4, inclusive as well as the equity education. Here I just gave the example. Even the previous speaker also given some university example. The same, the TISH, you know that TISH Mumbai, they have separate course in the sustainable development like climate change and social policy. So like this, we can add some more course from our institutions to our institution. Even the IIT Gandhinagar, they have the core course. There is having separate core courses like compulsory core course, like introduction to sustainability. So like this, some of the universities or the institution already incorporate this kind of things in the in the curriculum. And the second one, research alignment. So here the first one, the translation research for SDG impact, because as already know that SDG is inclusion. Suppose some students not good for Hindi, you can convert any kind of script into the Hindi. Even the Google Docs is helping to translate. We have a lot of translate tools are available to translate to one language to other language. And even the Indian government take initiative. The tool is called Anuvadani. The tool name is called Anuvadani. Through this tool, you can convert to any language the content and all. So we need to think about that research which already done it related to the SDG based. We need to translate and dedicated SDG research centers. We need to develop a research separate. Even in our department, we have different departments of institution. We need to go with some interdisciplinary separate department, or we can go with this focus on the SDGs. That will be better. Establishing centers focus on specific SDGs like clean energy, water management, and healthcare. Just and give some insights. And similarly, interdisciplinary SDGs research project. This also we need to think. And I'm just giving some kind of example. Even SARS previous speaker highlighting the ISC Bangalore. ISC Bangalore do a lot of innovation in the case of research alignment. In the case of SDGs, research on clean energy, climate adoptions, sustainable material they're doing. The BHU, they're doing some kind of action research project, particularly for rural development and community education. Under this particular rural development community education, the research about no poverty. SDG 3 talking about good health, SDG 4 talking about quality education. These are 3 things directly connected with the rural development community education based research. And the next one talking about campus operations as well as the managements. Here the institution have to focusing on the eco-friendly campus as well as the infrastructure. Even people are taking some kind of solar panel, like a lot of taking already initiative, but the problem, the maintenance is a question mark. The people are already adopting solar, but the maintenance is not be doing properly. That may be a question now. And zero-waste policy, these are things we need to think to incorporate the campus operation management to connect with the SDGs. The one is Green Campus Initiative, other one is some kind of procurement practices related to the SDGs, promoting sustainable behavior such as transportation. Even our university, even if you look onto some IIT and all, they have a bucky, like electrical vehicle only inside the campus. We don't have any service, only the electrical vehicle to transport the students from department to hostel and all. So like this, we need to think about this kind of things to make it as a SDG support campus. And some example I just quoted here, one is called IIT Madras, another one is Terry Schools. They are the Eco Campus powered by renewable energy. And in the case of IIT Madras, Zero Waste Campus, Rainwater Harvesting, Green Mobility Initiative, like this plenty of initiatives they are doing it. And the next one, community engagement and partnership. The next area which I'm focusing here. So in this main focus on the extension, even the previous speaker talked about the extension, collaboration, as well as the funding. These are things we need to think. Here, the SDG focus service learning, as already mentioned this, in St. Joseph, we have Shepherd program. The same way, even some of the Christian institutions, they have program. I don't know, here we have some programs and all. But in the case of University of Delhi, they have the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan. Under this village engagement, even some of the institutions, they are adopting the village. And they're supporting the village, particularly the social work department and all. They're doing this kind of initiatives nearby villages and all. But they can look onto the SDG based also. When you do some kind of initiatives to village adaptation, we need to think about the clean energy, education and waste management related to the 17 SDGs. And the community reach program, especially you have to design for awareness program and collaborations with NGOs and business. This is a way we need to enhance the SDGs in the university sectors. And the next one, the institutional governance and culture. As already mentioned this, the institution should have the proper policy to integrate this kind of SDGs into our curriculum for any other sectors and all. So one is SDG integration strategic plan. We need to make some kind of plan. Even the 20 years plan, you can fix it today itself. Plan of SDG aligned with our higher education that we need to think. And especially the second point is very important because everywhere the policy is there. But the policy education is a question mark. Therefore, we need to make some kind of monitor committee to measure every year once the way how they implement it. That measurement, we can make some kind of rubric, we can check this assessment and all. And SDG awareness and capacity building, that is very important because most of people's not getting awareness about the SDGs. So we need to, the institution should provide some kind of workshops, some seminar to give insights about the SDGs. And just list of some of the universities and institutions, how they're doing this institutional governance and culture. And the last one, it is my interest area also, digital and inclusive learning access. And especially, it may be reach the marginalized people through the online education and multilingual resources, particularly which I highlighted already, the Swayam MOOCs, right? The Institute of Ministries provide free online courses, directly support the SDG 4.3. The 4.3 talking about vocational education, all kind of education, higher education. So without any kind of bias, all the people can enroll. That's called equitable access, affordable education for all. And IGNO is also giving a lot of support because of the SDGs. Server was 4 million students across rural and remote regions offer accessible education through distance learning. It related to the 4.7 SDG, the target I already highlighted. So this is a way the lifelong learning is lead through the digital and inclusive learning access. And the same thing which I highlight as one umbrella, how the higher education roles in SDGs. Okay, so all the things which I highlighted, it is in one single image is there. Like teaching curriculum, we need to think how to connect with the SDGs. Research and innovations, community engagements, campus sustainability, then policy governance, finally global partnerships. This is a way the higher education roles the SDGs much high. And this some of the examples how the institutions are connected with this, incorporating these SDGs. So I just listed some of universities' names here. And before that, I'm just going to add one more question, use your mobile phone. This may be a fourth question, last question for you. Yes, now you can give this answer. You can select a number of response, no problem. Rank the following contributions higher education institutes to the SDGs, the most impactful, the least. There is an, I just give the 6 points. According to you, which may be a more impactful, just give this voting, like a voting only. You can give the voting for all, but based on the order. If you felt that curriculum is first, you can give the ranking for curriculum first. Give the ranking, select the order. There is a 6, you can select the order. So I already give this importance to 6, the role of higher education, the SDGs incorporations. Now I request all to give the voting, right, according to which may be first, second, third, fourth, fifth. So based on this, the institution have to think about to incorporate this kind of things in the institutions. So I got 16 responses. It is like a rating only. There is a 6 role is there. So kindly give the rating. So I got 30 responses. 32 people responded. You can change the order also, right? So from this I came to know that out of 57 participants, most of people are giving the preference to curriculum integrations of SDG. That is, they given importance SDG topics. So therefore, we need to think how we can connect these SDGs into our curriculum, whether it will be a core paper or a elective paper or an open elective. This kind of things we need to think. The second one, research and innovations, is second. Addresses sustainability. Third is a campus sustainability. Then for the same order which I kept also, you give the answer, right? The same order only you give the voting also. And the final one, global collaboration in international partnerships. No one ready for this? The last one. Yes. So the same thing I am highlighting is the points here. Higher education institution, how the SDGs is connected with the different SDGs. So previously I am talking about SDG 4 only. So now SDG 4, as I already emphasized, like new curricular, scholarship and teacher training, basically we need to give the important. And SDG 5, gender equality, how we can be ensured in the higher education. We need to give the equal opportunity and research on gender gap. Even you can assign me a research later to overcome this kind of gender gap. Anti-harassment policies, these are the things we need to fix it in the institutions. And SDG 11, sustainable cities. Even the government take a lot of initiative in the smart city project, but parallel we need to think kind of sustainability also part of this, right? Because you know that smart city is related to everything. So you need to check with this, the sustainable practice is planned properly, and sustainable transportation and sustainable housing. These are things we must be connect. Then SDG 13, climate actions, research and climate change, carbon footprint reduction, awareness campaign. These are things very important to give some kind of orientation. At least we can conduct some kind of workshops related to this. And SDG 17, like partnerships, university collaboration, international organization and private sector engagements. This is the way it's working. Do you know this image created by whom? Who created this image? Any idea? The idea is mine, only the content I created, but the image generated by AI. Image generated by AI, and just give this inside the tools, because the tool name is called napkin.ai. So it's a good tool to generate this kind of infographic. This is a tool I'm using for free. Only you can give this idea. You can convert any kind of your ideas in a graphical form. This is also one way to lead our presentation to quality based. This tool is called napkin.ai. So you can put napkin.ai. Suppose I like to convert these points into diagrams. Okay. These diagrams and all I use the Canva. Sorry. Is it right? Yes. So this is a tool. So go to the new napkin. There is an option called blank napkin. You can paste the content which you like to convert. Right? Just you can paste the content. After paste this content, one thing I'm just going to. If you are having this small text is fine. I'm just going to this, and directly go with this SDGs. So you can have the two options. You can use directly with the AI generated content also, but I used copy and paste techniques. Just yeah. Now it gives some kind of sustainable development goals. Suppose you want to convert the images with this. Keep the cursor. Every paragraph you can create a content like this. Cursor here. There is a power symbol, right? Just keep it here and click here. Every paragraph is converting as an image. So you can find which is an image more appropriate, you can use this. Yeah, now you can see this. and it will be downloadable. Is downloadable. Only things you can put your idea. Don't use the directly with the AI. Type your idea first, PowerPoint ideas. Then after that you can convert this kind of infographics. Then you can download. It may be download here. Then you can copy and paste your slides. So every paragraph you can convert like this. Particularly it's good for preparing a PPT as well as any kind of even for research. If you want to make some kind of concept framework and all, you can use this one. So automatically converting based on the content. So everything is downloadable. Kindly look onto this. If you want a challenge based slides. So this way we need to prepare a slide, but these are slides used by Canva. But the previous one, this is designed by AI based on your input. Just to give this input based on the inputs of yours, it converting as an image. And these are the benefits of alignment of SDGs in the higher education. The same thing which we discussed the previous one, no, that's 6 strategies. The same strategy only as an alignment of benefits. One is called improved academic performance, enhanced skills and competency, greater social impact. The things we already discussed and just laid out the title only. Increase the institution reputation and attractiveness. Automatically the institutions, some kind of identity may comes when you incorporate this kind of SDGs, and stronger partnership and funding opportunity. These are the benefits if you are aligned the SDGs in your higher education things. And these are the challenge. Parallelly, everything we have some challenges also. When you like to incorporate the things, we have some challenges we may face. The first challenge is lack of awareness, because still we are talking about, because the SDGs comes the year 2019. Still we are this kind of SDG 17 goals we may reach into 30, but still people not having much awareness how to fulfill this, right? And even does you know what is the 17 SDGs focusing on. So therefore lack of awareness and understanding about the SDGs is a bigger challenge. Then curriculum overload. Already the students having overburden about the curriculum, because we have much importance to the mark as well as the curriculum imposed. Even we are giving the importance to the credit. So we are putting the credit only, 4 credit, 5 credit like this, and we are measuring the performance the people with the credit also. Therefore already the people are much credit burden, and once you order this kind of course, there will be a burden also, but we need to incorporate that. Okay. And faculty development program and research constraints and measuring progress. The main things, as already mentioned, this there is no proper matrix to measure how we are incorporating. Then institution silos, particularly the disciplinary boundaries and fostering interdisciplinary collaboration. These are the challenges in front of us. So always everything we have the challenges. We need to think how to be execute the things, how to succeed in the alignment. So. And finally, I just conclude with this famous person quotes: sustainability is about ecology, economy, as well as equity. It's talking about the 4 SDGs. So in this, I just stop my presentation. Thank you so much for your passive participation, as well as the active participation in the mobile. Thank you. If you have the questions, please.
Thank you, sir. Your insights have powerfully emphasized how integrating the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 4 on quality education, can transform higher education into a driving force for global progress, equity, and innovation. We deeply appreciate that you brought to this important Associate Professor of Physics to deliver the vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum here. On behalf of the management, principal and the IQAC, I express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. K. Tyagu, Associate Professor, Department of Education, Central University of Karnataka, Kadaganchi, for delivering an insightful and engaging session on aligning sustainable development goals with quality education, a pathway to excellence in higher education. Thank you, sir, for making us participate in the activities on SDGs, which made us kindle our mind on imparting quality education. Sir, your emphasis on sustainable development goals with quality education is essential for creating a more equitable and sustainable future, and would help in achieving holistic and lasting change. By integrating quality education, we can accelerate progress towards more sustainable goals. I thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable knowledge and expertise with us today. It will not only deepen our understanding of the critical importance of quality education, but also inspire us to apply it in ways that make a positive impact in our institution. Let's continue to strive for a world where education truly becomes the inclusive future. I end with a quote. Education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. The SDGs are a call to ensure that everyone has access to quality education so they can contribute to solving global challenges. Malala Yousafzai, education activist and Nobel laureate. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Zamara. I request Madam Principal and Correspondent Dr. Amtul Aziz to kindly felicitate Dr. Tiago with a memento as a token of our gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. We wish to inform the faculty members and the participants that due to paucity of time, we are not going to break for tea. The tea will be served inside the auditorium. Okay, thank you. We will begin the panel discussion in a few minutes. I unquote. This reminds us that aligning higher education with the Sustainable Development Goals isn't just an initiative. It's a responsibility shaping learners into global citizens capable of driving meaningful change. We now move on into the most awaited session of the day, our panel discussion on the topic Institutional Innovation Strategies to Advance SDGs in Higher Education. I invite Mrs. Ira Maisha, Assistant Professor of English, to welcome our esteemed panel experts, Mr. S. Santosh Babu, Principal, DG Vaishnav College, Chennai, Dr. Edamina Prasad, Head Teaching Learning Center, IIT Madras, Chennai, Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan, Senior Lecturer, International University, Malaysia, and our panel moderator, Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam, Dean of Research and International Programs, Stella Maris, Chennai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. We are privileged to have an esteemed panel of experts who will share their insights, experiences, and strategies on how institutions can foster innovation to advance the SDGs. Our panelists bring diverse perspectives from academia, policymaking, and sustainable development practices. Now that we have set the stage for today's discussion, it's time to meet the distinguished panelists who will share their expertise on institutional innovation, strategies to advance the SDGs in higher education. In the panel, first we have Dr. Edmana Prasad, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He is also working as the head of Teaching Learning Center at IIT Madras, where a group of faculty members from science and engineering departments have been actively participating in organizing various activities to improve the teaching learning process in the higher education sector. He has done his doctoral research between 2001 and 2006 from Texas Tech University and League University, USA, and University of Bonn, Germany. He actively participates in designing learning outcomes for courses and conducting classes using active and collaborative learning techniques. He is the recipient of AVH Fellow Faculty Recognition Award at IIT Madras in 2011. He has published 65 research papers in peer-reviewed journal. I welcome you, sir. Next, we are joined by Dr. S. Santosh Babu, Principal, Dwarkadas Govardhan Das Vaishnav College. Dr. Babu has around 29 years of postgraduate teaching experience in computer science, administrative experience as head registrar, Manonmaniam Sundarnar University, Tirunelveli, supervising 91 MELDT research, more than 70 UG research projects since 2015. She has published many research papers in reputed journals such as Scopus. She has been invited as a speaker to various international conferences. She has served as guide editor for a few journals. She has been the part of manuscript reviewer for a lot of journals. She has been recently instrumental in developing curriculum for the new BTCSL program. She has been involved in Quality Assurance Agency QAA Task Force as a member representing FELA. She is also the recipient of Gold Award in Educational Innovation in 2018 and Best Paper Award in 2021. It's a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce our moderator for today, Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam, Dean of Research and International Partnerships, Stella Maris College, Chennai. She has devoted 30 years of dedicated service to the field of education. She is the recipient of many research awards, to name a few: British Council Charles Wallace Trust for PhD in 1998 and 2002, BC Commonwealth Scholarship for Postdoctoral Research at Manchester Metropolitan University in 2002 and 3, UGC Research Fellowship granted by the University of Madras in 2000, and Women's Studies Forum of Lutheran World Federation, Geneva, Switzerland, 2005. She brings a wealth of knowledge and diverse academic experiences to the table, being an active member of several distinguished institutions. Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam is a member of VICE UAE and has contributed to the Deluse Studies Center at Metropolitan University. In addition, she is a part of the Moving Worlds, G-Local, Local Imaginaries at Lancaster University, and engaged with the Writing Manchester Forum and Transcultural Writing, also based at Lancaster, perspectives that will enrich our conversation. Without further ado, I would like to hand over the floor to our moderator, Dr. Renuka, who will guide us through to becoming Dr. Renuka to kick off the discussion.
Hello. Good morning and thank you, Vector, for today's panel discussion. What may be the strategies in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals in higher education? Higher education plays a crucial role in achieving the SDGs by fostering knowledge, information, skills, and thinking skill sets, taught concepts such as critical thinking, design thinking, and many more, by promoting sustainable practices within universities and beyond. Higher education institutions are important players in achieving SDGs as they maintain a critical role economically viable and environmentally protected. They agreed and also argued that integrating the sustainable development goals into universities and colleges is both necessary and mutually beneficial. The goals are relevant to every single person of the planet, especially the students who will bear the brunt of inaction if on these issues if not attended to. Therefore, it is essential that higher and further education sector realizes that they have a very key role in SDGs and start to integrate them holistically across curriculum and campus, into research, into leadership, into administration, and many more engagement activities. There is no singular correct way to integrate SDGs into an educational system. It is recommended that the best place to start with SDGs would be to look at what you're already doing and map it, and before looking at where you could contribute more. So, how do we identify the areas of sustainable development goals which need to be addressed in institutions? What are the key strategies which we may adapt as well as adopt to higher education practices and policies? How do we implement these strategies to achieve substantial impact of progression in higher education? These and many more questions will be raised and discussed during the course of this panel discussion of today's program. And you would be receiving excellent views and suggestions and perspectives by our leading experts in the academic sector. I will begin with our first panelist, Dr. S. Santosh Babu, Principal, Dwarak Das, Govardhan Das, Vaishnav College. I invite you, Dr. Santosh Babu, to share your perspectives and views on this wonderful and relevant topic for discussion. Over to you, please.
Very warm good morning to all. Today, for the past 2 days, Jabas College is doing a wonderful conclave on higher learning system, where the higher learning system is changing tremendously in order to compete with the global world and also make the youngsters to be a responsible citizen. So this is the major goal where the higher education is this. Keeping in this mind, and I'm happy to note that the institution have taken a initiative to create a good atmosphere and place for discussing the various things with respect to Sustainable Development Goal, SDG. See, we are in Chennai city and we have a global connect across the country, across the nation. But this sustainable development, 17 sustainable development, which exist in our country with lot of research I've done. Coining this 17 itself is where we have to do lot of research. Then we have to sustainable development to the general public. When you want to take this to the general public, always the higher learning institution, higher education plays a very important role. Even you can say, even if the industry is growing, means the industry could not grow on its own. Without educational institution, there is no industry. Without the students, there is no manpower for technical, all these things. The responsible of higher education is growing. But 10 years before, 15 years before, when you think about the higher learning institutions, we used to think in terms of degree awarding, or we will think that once if the student enter into a campus, they should go out with degree like BA, BSc, etc. because there is demand is more and the supply is less. Automatically in the coming eras for the last 10 years, where the demand is less and supply is more, because the education went at the grassroots level. This is the current situation. Though our higher learning in Tamil Nadu is 48 to 53% and global is 23%, in spite of that we are doing it. So in this term, I know very well that as an educationist, we play a very important role in bringing out the sustainable development goal to the country. So this is the main thing. So under this situation, what plays an important role is always 4 factors for any institution. One is infrastructure, second one is student, third one is faculty members, and fourth one is the management. So these are the things. Management may be a private management or public management or maybe a government, who or maybe. If all these 4 things put together, then only we can give a quality education. So when I gone through the previous slides given by the expert, he have very clearly defined how the educations can be integrated with the sustainable things. So like that, when you talk about all the 17 sustainable goals, you could not achieve the 17 sustainable education. Only 6 have been mapped. Though the 6 have been mapped, but we need the total things to be done. So first we have to start from the, as an academician, we have to start from the faculty level. The faculty plays a very important. We have, when they are reading about my name, they talk about my research credential and curriculum credential. So who is designing the curriculum? The curriculum is designed, even the experts are speaking, even I am speaking. All my knowledge will not come directly to you only because of my teacher who taught me in my schools and colleges, whether it is at Kadalur or whether it is in Coimbatore or PSC or whatever, like St. Joseph's, wherever we studied. He quoted very well that in St. Joseph's College we had a community development, we did this. Like that, language development did at PSCRs for me. So everyone who are in a top position, whether they are an IAS officer or collector or anybody, the education comes from the higher learning institution, from school education to college education. So what is the role of college education? When designing the curriculum, you know very well that previous system of curriculum, we have major, allied, language, that's all. 3, 4 elective, only 4. Now only we have defined a curriculum in such a way that we have a discipline specific, multidiscipline, skill development, value added, foundation, like the AACC, like that we have divided even the courses into 12 components. So we have an option. Previously there is no option for distributing our curriculum to different framework. Only 5 years before, 6 years, so that too when it came, we saw that we have to compete with the global world. When you go to the global world like Japan, Germany, where they have a very good sustainable development goal, where they have a institutional development plan. Now we are thinking that this institutional development plan is always executed, already executed in other foreign countries 20 years before. For the past 3 years only, we are thinking about the institutional development plan. Even the principal of this institution, myself, I have attended this program at Delhi with respect to the institutional development plan. Why these are happening? And previously, all head of the institution will sit inside the 4 walls and they will control everything and they will talk to the students and faculty. Now it is not like that. The head of the institution, where they have to move towards many places and they have to discuss with various places, and if they discuss with other places, they can give an opportunity for the faculty members. So I am not talking to the students. We have to create, as an head of the institution, I have to create an opportunity for my faculty members to know about this sustainable development growth. Where the sustainable development goal starts in higher learning institution, it should start from the faculty. How it can be converted? So we are doing a lot of things, not at major level, minor level. Each institution have various domains. When you talk about the institution, the domain like life science, basic science, management science, computer science, social science, like that we have various domains, media science, like that various domains are there, and in which how we can integrate this SDG. That is very important. For that, we have created a curriculum. When we call it learning outcome, LOCF, Learning Outcome Course Framework. We have created a learning course framework, again, for which we have to give importance, because we have to unlearn and you have to learn. For any new initiative, when you go with the old system of education, definitely learning process will be very slow. Even the technology people and other people will tell that you have to unlearn, you have to learn. So when you want to implement this SDG goals in our curriculum, we are implementing up to 20% in our curriculum in terms of life science, in terms of environment science. That's why we have included a term called as value-added courses. And we have added a term called as environmental science. These are all the credits, non-credit codes. Already it is there. But how to integrate this SDG in the regular curriculum? For example, in microbiology, they have to think about the sustainable goals and they have to map that sustainable goals with the curriculum. Now we are mapping the curriculum with understanding, reasoning like that. All 7 map, K7, K1, K2, K3. Instead of mapping K1, K2, K7, we have to map sustainable goal of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the curriculum. This is not happening in the current higher education system, I think, up to my knowledge. Suppose if in the audience, if you have any views on that, you can tell. This is a panel discussion where we have not done any preparation at all. We don't have any slides. That I am speaking on based on my experience. I had an experience of 30 years. I started my career in St. Joseph's College, Kadalur in 1991. Still I am with Vaishnav for 30 years. Because of that only, I worked in Bardiyar University as a reader and head. Because of that only I am speaking, in which instead of mapping your K1, K2, if you are able to map your curriculum with your SDG, definitely implementation will be very easy. But all 17 is which is need of the hour. But we are doing everything indirectly. When you talk about the social service activities, every institution is having the social service activity through NSS. And even if you take our college, we have Vaishnav social responsibility. 2 years I added. Through Vaishnav social responsibility, what we are doing, we are finding out 5, 6 villages, because doing social activities in different area and getting the output is very difficult. So what we have to do is, we should be very specific. What I used to tell to my faculty also, accountability is important. If you do have an accountability, the commitment will come. So accordingly, one criteria is we have to serve the society. So that we want to have an accountability in terms of giving a specific heading. Like that only, the SDG have given the headings. So my opinion is, whatever, whether the UGC is telling or whether the higher education department is telling, but we have a SDG goal. So indirectly, we can have a rider in all the syllabus, in all the department, stating that we can add some SDG goals in the respective courses. So course 1 may be financial accounting. In financial accounting, what are the SDG goals which is mapping? My course is armed with SDG 1, SDG 4, SDG 7. So that can be given. So that can be added, which is not available in any institutions. So after going through this particular seminar taken by the expert, this idea came only in this auditorium. Because these type of seminars, workshop, even helps the academician to learn something. So I really will appreciate the institution for taking a right topic and right debate for this. With these few words, I will come to the next round, because I know that time is very difficult and also managing time is difficult. The audience also sitting from 9:30. Their last point is integrating the SDG goals with the curriculum wherever it is possible. We should not impose. When we impose something, we will not be getting the net result. So we have the SDG goals with the curriculum, which helps to grow the institution and also making the youngsters to think about the development of the country. Now previously we used to think about the development of the state. Now we are talking about the development of country, and now we are talking about the development of the goal. What happened once, if happened in America, where they did something that is not affecting only the America, it is affecting all the countries. See, now the global, previously it is not like this. When you do something in Tamil Nadu, it will not affect Delhi or Agra. But now it is not like that. Just if you stop something here, it will affect the country. If you start something at, it will affect the world. So this SDGB is a common goal framed by the expert from the whole of country. So keeping in this mind, as an institution, we have to move towards implementing the SDG in the respective curriculum. With these few words, thanks for giving the opportunity and also for the principal to inviting me to spend time with you to share my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Babu. A wealth of ideas out there shared by Dr. Santosh Babu. Thank you, sir. But however, the key takeaway, as I capture what he has put together, is the way in which the SDG is an instrumental way through the higher educations to reach out to the public, to engage with the community out there, the social agencies as such, and then be contributive to the nation building of the country. So having said that, he also looks at the keener way in which we have to look into our own educational systems which allow us to have a prescribed manner of our curriculum that is all tracked out well, systemized, and for ages it has been going through as well. But within that, he asks the important question that, and what are the extra credits that we have, contributing SDGs through the extramural education? How do we increase its scope to foray into the mainstream curriculum? So this is, I think, a very important question. I'd like to invite our co-panel, Dr. Prasad, who is the head teaching and learning center of IITM, and also I welcome Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan from Putra Nilai International University, Malaysia, to pitch in their views, and quickly, because I'm taking one panelist and taking few very brief points from both of you, and then I'll invite Dr. Priyadarshini to give her, a more detailed ideas and her perspective on the SDGs and higher education. So over to you, Mr. Dr. Prasad.
Hello, Yoga, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me. It is a learning experience for me also. So the topic today for the discussion is what institutes can do for achieving sustainable goals in education. What I thought is, I will very briefly give some aspects what we have been doing in IIT Madras, which may or may not be suitable for across institutes, but I thought that is the way that we will start. In IIT Madras, we have a school of sustainability. So one probably recommendation or one thought is, why don't institutes think in that direction, starting a school of sustainability where the school's objective is to coordinate the sustainability activities across the institute. So starting there, because otherwise what happens, there can be symposium, seminar, but who will sustain the sustainability aspects? There will be some department or a body exclusively for this purpose. So that is my first recommendation. Second thing is, because I am coming from Teaching Learning Center, I will also briefly mention how this concept of Teaching Learning Center happened in IIT Madras. In fact, IIT Madras is the first IIT where the TLC has been established for the first time in India, in the IIT system. So this was, I was talking about sometimes during 2009, where a faculty group from Texas A&M University visited there and mooted this idea about training teachers in higher education. Because as my co-panelist rightly said, sustainability can be achieved only through education, and education, when we say education, who is the barriers of education? Teachers only. So unless and until we train teachers, whatever these goals that we are, SDGs that we are mentioning, cannot be achieved. So teacher training in terms of curriculum development, best teaching, adapting best teaching practices, all these things, teacher training is important. So my second recommendation is have a teaching learning center in every institute. Now, how does it work? In our case, what happened is that around 10 people, 10 faculty members, we were all assistant professors at that time. We were trained by expert. Obviously, experts were coming from various places, but in our case, it was from Texas A&M University. We were trained by them about classroom teaching, best classroom teaching practices. So what we thought is how a best teaching could be conducted was completely shattered after the training program. And some of us really get that skill to carry out, and we started training other teachers. So there is a sustainability element coming. You establish a center where you choose some members, like a core team, and then train them. Let the core team train other members in the institute. So this is what happened in terms of teaching learning center in IIT Madras, and I strongly believe that in terms of achieving sustainability in education, teacher training is a must, and every institute should have a teaching learning center. Now, regarding the curriculum aspect, in the second round, we can discuss. These two recommendations I put forward was School of Sustainability and a teaching learning center for every institute. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prasad, for those insights. And now welcome Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan to view your perspectives on generally, you could take on your call on sustainable development goals in higher education and also the strategies in advancing such a practice. And maybe you could also share with us the practices in your own institution, the International University Putra Nilai in Malaysia. Over to you, Dr. Priyadarshini. She has to unmute. Able to hear you, Doctor. Maybe you have to unmute. Just a minute, they're just checking with the audio. Are you able to hear us? Are you able to hear us? Can you connect? Shall I ask her? Dr. Priyadarshini, can you hear us? You can hear us, but we are not able to hear you. I can hear you now.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you back.
We can hear you.
Hear me?
Go ahead. Go ahead with your views, please. Thank you. We can hear you now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, sorry for the technical issues. Okay, so first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I hope it's a very fruitful day for you all, the conference, this wonderful conference on sustainable development goals. And for this panel session, we have a very interesting and important topic, university initiatives in achieving SDGs. So in that lines, I would like to highlight a few of the initiatives that from the institution HEITTT that we have undertaken, and how faculty members and students are involving, and later about what are the different types of universities and what needs to be done. Yeah. So first of all, in many universities in Malaysia, we have SDG centers. So in these SDG centers, it's like different clusters of research centers. So in HEITTT, we have 5 research centers. And under these 5 research centers, different SDG goal research initiatives are undertaken. And so funds are allocated for the different centers, and we have directors and other appointees who will oversee the functions, the roles and responsibilities. So this is one of the primary way of achieving SDG, because universities serve as the backbone for any upliftment of the community or the society. So therefore, the research clusters are very important, which are functioning under the university. And another one is, recently we have been looking into coming up with new programs. Previously, we were modifying our existing courses, where in some of the topics are related to SDGs. So it can be a link to the main objectives, and whichever within the scope, we introduce 1 or 2 topics with of relatable SDGs in the course structure, and therefore it will be translated in the assignments, and with that those. And now we are looking coming up with programs that are something along those lines, taking some models from UK and other universities, model universities. So developing new programs as such is our recent initiative. And also along those lines, I would also say that campus operations are also important. Like recently, our HEITTT campus, there are solar panels. And development, I would say, because now recently we heard from our CEO that our electricity bill is from campus operations, and we can do it in the micro as well as in the macro level is also equally important. So at times, the visibility is one of the aim of all the private, especially private. In the long run, we miss the point of achieving sustainable development goals. And another I would say is the capacity building of faculty members. In that way, we have to not just create the awareness among the faculty, maybe awareness for the public, but faculty members have to be far ahead from just understanding and at the awareness level. So they have to have a professional or short-term courses in SDGs. So this is one important initiative, though institutionalized, it has not been institutionalized. But within the faculty, we encourage members to take some short-term SDG goals, courses and programs. So this is, I think this should become a must in all the institutions. And another one is coming to the micro level, I would rather say that classroom practices should be linked to community. So classroom to community. Like anything that is being taught in the class, translate this, reach out to the community. So connecting classroom to community is very important, because we isolate the teaching just for the sake of grades and just for self-centered motives. Of course, it is important, but it should not be disconnected from community. So, and I would say that it depends on the initiatives taken by the faculty member, I mean the teaching staff, to connect classroom with the community in terms of assignments or activities. Such initiatives should be taken. And apart from that, because it has also this ESG, environmental, societal governance, corporate responsibility, most of our faculty members, we do knowledge transfer programs or knowledge diffusion programs, we call it. So, for example, I do a research and then what is the benefit or the impact that it can bring to the community. So we are motivated to do it in a transferable workshop manner, the skills to be transferred to the target audience or the group, community, students, whoever it is. So relate the research also to be connected in a way it reach out to the benefit of the community. So these are some of the initiatives I would say that is very important as we strategize in achieving these 17 SDG goals. And I just want to give some highlights of one of the articles that I recently read about how what are the different institutions based on their SDG. So it's a very interesting read, the article, really. So the two important aspects are discussed in that article. So one is the community institutional commitment. So institutional commitment can be superficial or it can be deep. So in that two types. And then we have this innovation culture, which is conventional, and the other one is very bold and ethical culture. So within these four dimensions, superficial commitment or deep commitment, and also these two ethical and the bold culture or conventional culture, there are four types of institutions. So in that, what we see is, or they do it for a short-term gains and not for a meaningful or long-term gains or long-term gains by long-term impact. So this is where is something is also the university vision and mission statement, how well it is aligned with the SDG goals and how well it is transferred within the programs and therefore we go into the OBE, then programs to course to assignments, then it becomes the OBE. So I would say that maybe it is also time to relook into the existing vision and mission status aligned with the SDG goals, fine-tuned and so types, we need transformational institutions. Should not be superficial, but very deep goals. So yeah, so this is what I would like to about how do we align the institutional goals with the SDG goals. Now maybe it is time to revamp because institutional visions and missions are always set at the very beginning and we rarely go and visit it. But when it comes to the course and programs, we often revise it. So I would take the opportunity of this wonderful forum with the faculty and student members to share these highlights, what I would like to say. So let us be bold and innovative to embrace changes and also to achieve SDG goals. And with that, I would conclude my session. Thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Priyadarshini, for encapsulating those ideas on transforming and achieving a transformative effect not only in the institution but in society as well. We'll get back to you quickly, but I thought I'll rope in you quicker due to the technical glitches that we had formerly, but just stay on the line, we'll come back to you. However, I just want to briefly just put it together that here is a strong advocacy by Dr. Priyadarshini that apart from institutional commitment, an institutional commitment to sort of bring about as transformative change in higher education by implementing the SDGs. So these are very important not only in conserving our environment as well as our society and the economy of the country, the great three pillars of SDGs, environment, economics and society, but we also need to look at how sharp, how committed, how conscious an institution must take up that responsibility with all its integrity to promote these goals and to implement them in the first place. And you know, there are a lot of challenges of implementing. They work, they do not work, but it needs the total engagement, involvement of the institution, which is the management, faculty, and the students. So, coming to the curriculum as well as the transformative change that the SDGs can bring about, I think I just hit on that starting from, maybe I'll just start with him. Yes, Dr. Oh, he's on phone. You can take it up. Yeah.
Yeah, so when I was mentioning about curriculum development, curriculum design, and the implementation of the curriculum, what essentially we need is the faculty members who are actually implementing these curriculum goals should be trained first before they start teaching learning. So this aspect, in fact, you all know, all those who are teaching in higher education, we know the accreditation process happening in our country. What happened is accreditation was kind of thrust upon before training how to design the goals, outcomes of the courses, how to design program outcomes, how to design course outcomes, how to actually conduct a class with participation of the learners. These elements were not actually trained to the teachers. Before that, the accreditation was done, or the teachers were forced to do that. In such a case, as you were mentioning about the mapping of the sustainable goals, I was also wondering, it's a good idea. I mean, department should have an element of this mapping component of sustainable goals in the curriculum. But my worry is, does it become another ritual? The way that the outcome-based education happening in our country. Why I'm saying is, so right now they are doing the COPO mapping. COPO mapping is done in a completely ritual fashion. The faculty who are engaged, they are not realizing the significance of the job they are doing. So my only worry is that when we do these sustainable goals, everything, when we impose on the teachers, where is the training aspect for that? Don't we, or should we focus first on the training, how to do these things? Then we transform this into the practice. Otherwise, many things are happening, people are learning while at job. The damage because of that kind of a implementation is very high. Because every semester students are coming and then you are engaging them, but you learn these things, how to establish sustainable goals by probably several semesters. So what happened to those students who underwent education at that period of time? So anything, in my opinion, trained faculty should be there before we implement. And critical mass in every institution. And those people whom we are selecting
it is not based on their passion. Passion is important, but I would go for expertise. We should select people who are expert or potentially expert. Then obviously passion should be there, but normally in our system we give more credit to passion, less credit for expertise. In many of the meetings, whoever is volunteering, we are giving the job. Instead of that, identify those who can actually do the job and then train them. Then every institute, try to practice these things. So faculty training is one goal that I want to put forward.
Thank you. I'm going to.
I'm going to reply this. So, Professor, I have given a very clear things, but in a current situation for the past 3 years, I can say that the institution within the NIRF ranking and with the NAC scores, they started thinking like this. For example, they may have IIT, they may have a training center, but we have a center called as FDP cell. The name differs. But each of the higher learning institutions, the top ranking, what they are doing is, before start of the semester, they have a 7-day FDP program in which they are inviting the expert from outside. Previously, institution will not spend money for inviting the experts. But nowadays, institution like my Dwarakdas Gauradas Vaishnav College, though we are going to start the program on 16th, we are going to call the faculty on 11th itself. And also because of various circulars coming, previously the faculty used to come to the class, come to the college at 8:30 to 1:30 or 3 o'clock, they will leave. But now this is not happening in many institutions. Even at night, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, principal is sending a message, what is the tomorrow's program and what is the things to be done, whether it is administrative work or a technical work. Slowly, this OB is implemented only 5 years before. Our system of education is not like that 5 years before, where we are following our own institution. Institutions have its own method of teaching. But now, through UGC, through AICTT, they have given the system of education where the OBE comes, in which we have a Bloom's taxonomy. The Bloom's taxonomy helps the institution like us and institutes like Jabas effectively by making the students to present a case study, seminars, etc. But how many of you are benefiting, how the students are utilizing is a question mark. But now the teachers have been trained. But where it is happening only in Chennai, Coimbatore, Madurai, Trichy. But when you go to this Chennai, Coimbatore, Trichy is not the hub for training the students. The hub is throughout the state. I'm talking about only the small. But when you go to other part of the nation, I can see a less education institution. I went to Kasi and other places. When I travel from Chennai to Madurai, I can see many institutions, higher learning institutions providing higher education. But when you go to that, but again I am telling what is how we are training the faculty, and indirectly many institutions starting doing that. Still, we have to create awareness where the management plays an important role. So training will not come for without cost. Where the management have to be emphasis and the government have to be emphasis, they have to spend training money for the training. Lot of the academic institutions have been closed. Many funds is not coming for the training this teacher. The implementing many things. It is not hands of the teachers. It is the administrator. The administrator may be the management, or administrator may be the government, or whoever may be. They have to come from a long-term plan, like for the faculty members. This is one thing. And another thing is institutional connectivity, ethical team, everything. Since now we are started giving the exposure to the students in terms of international immersion. Even we have with the INTI University. INTI University we have a MOU. For again we have with Mara University. But net result is how many of you are benefiting? Only 550 out of 11,000 students. Only 300, 400 students are going out and they are giving the things. It is correlated with the financial commitment for the students. So many things are in paper only. But when we want when we want to implement that, really we need lot of support from the administration. So if the administration supports, previously how the faculty works from 8:30 to 1:30, now they started working 24 hours. This 24 hours only for the corporation staff and IAS officer. Now it comes to the faculty also.
So if I may interact. So this working hours expansion, I'm really wondering if it's a sustainable model, because many faculty when we were conducting this workshop, they tell me that we are overloaded.
Yes.
So how that's going to help a sustainable environment in education institute is one.
Not all the people. There are 10-15% they are ready to work. So how to convert this 10 to 15% to 40%? Even if you complete 40%, the whole institution will grow. I know the model in all institutions. Even if you take this Jabas, there may be 20-30 people will be working, where the another 70% of the people will be getting the. How to convert this 10 to 30 to 40? It is the challenges for all institutions. For when you go to the down south, there will be only 2% of the people are working. There will be one-man show also in some institutions. How we are going to create an environment in which, where the faculty as a teacher, we have a commitment to the students to give a quality education. That has to be done in the current scenario.
Just keeping in mind that we are nearing lunch break, I just want to bring in 2 points. Extended activity, service of faculty engagement or the management engagement may be very, very challenging. Today we have what is called the SMART strategies. We need to implement them to create experts in the area, and what we today in discussion should have touched upon, or maybe we can in this last very round briefly touch upon, is in the way in which collaboration could help us extend our quality of thinking. So these collaborations, be it at a national level or at the international level, can globally engage, we can globally engage with strategies, how they implemented in higher education. And Dr. Priyadarshini has shared some of their own practices with us. Yes, between IIT and Arts and Sciences colleges, there is a huge a gap there, but we cannot do what you are doing. We have our own limitations, but still we grapple with global engagements, collaborations, research, and so many other things. Now coming to it, what are the ways in which we can strategize further in terms of implementing our SDGs effectively in our institutions? One could be our academic connect with the industry, our academic connect with the government. Could you care to, any one of you, to take this comment and see this, please? Dr. Priyadarshini? Again, we have the same problem?
Again the problem.
Okay, Dr. Babu, Dr. Babu and Dr. Prasad, I give you, yes. Can you hear us, Dr. Priyadarshini? Okay, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Babu and Dr. Prasad for the final words here. What way can we align, and can we sort of have a linkage with government as well as industry to increase our inputs about strategizing SDG and higher institutions?
So again, this question is basically addressing the implementation part. I strongly believe that, especially in terms of sustainability, see, we have in IIT 16 departments. Each department have a different sustainability goal, or the way that the sustainability has to be implemented is subject specific, domain specific. So the training module that we are thinking or discussing should be based on the school or the department, and somebody has to sit together and then put their mind what a faculty should actually go to the classroom in terms of sustainability. That has to be spelled out clearly, not the jargons. We can talk 1 hour about sustainability, pull out all the information, but finally when the faculty member goes to the classroom, what he or she has to do in terms of sustainability has to be trained. That much clarity we need to have, and that kind of training modules we need to develop and then train faculty members. That is the way I see it.
Thank you. And Dr. Priyadarshini, can you hear us? Well, Dr. Babu, I give you the last word to wrap up this panel, please.
See, the implementation of a sustainable goal can be done through, see, this is the word sustainable development goal may be to me. But when you go to the grassroots level in India, in Tamil Nadu, 90% of the people doesn't know about the sustainable development goal. So the challenge starts then. So how then the role of higher education is what? Now the role of higher education, we leave IIT, IIM and everything. Where there may be a student with greater knowledge, they will be entered. But institution like us, we are providing education to, in terms we call as slow learners and fast learners. Fast learners means it's not only study, knowledge, everything. Slow learners not only writing exams, like that. So in this contest, we have to put lot of effort. First we have to explain the abbreviation of SDG. That is very important. So in this contest, then only we can go to the 17 goals of the SDG. So who plays the important role? Faculty plays an important role. So each and every institution in Tamil Nadu, they should have the SDG goals is to be displayed in the prominent place, because the institutions in which the students will come, faculty from other institution will come, parents will come. So these are the area in which where we have to promote this SDG in schools and colleges. Next, we have to conduct more workshop for the once the OB is implemented in many institutions, really it is a very tough job to understand even for the head of the institutions. First, they have to know about what is meant by program outcome, course outcome, program specific outcome, then how to do mapping. That itself very difficult. I am talking about 3 years before. But now what is happening, this the collaborative work. For example, when we want to understand something, we used to call people from Jabas. See, when you go for a agriculture thing, in Tamil Nadu, we are not able to make agriculture more profit because we have small people. ரொம்ப கம்மியான people தான் இருக்காங்க. அதாவது 2 acres 3 acres வச்சிருக்கிற agriculture people தான் இருக்காங்க. But when you go to other countries, they will have a system of collaborating all the land into one domain and they will do agriculture. Like that, the collaborative work from various institutions, the good collaborative work is inviting me to talk in Jabas. This helps to create a good environment for the faculty and the students. Like that, in SDG, we have to do that. Then students to be educated in all 17 goals. So whenever the faculty goes there or when the things are, they have to educate them. And we have to have a sustainable campus. So when you we have to about installing solar panel, then pollution is to be done, more trees. Even if you have less land, how to have this green campus. All these things are there in paper. But how it is implemented, it depends on the campus. Once the students come inside, they should know about the sustainability done inside the campus. Then from the faculty, then it should reach the students. So in terms, if you do that, first we can create a initial ripple. For anything, we need a single ripple. Then it will flow towards the greater level, how our OB have implemented in other institutions. So with these things, more awareness, more implementation curriculum, faculty is to be trained. When you do all these things there, higher learning institution will adapt it. Once if the higher learning institution are adapted, the students go out of the institution to various institutions, whether it is manufacturing industry or sales, they started implementing that. Once if it implemented in other areas, it can be done. So the industry also should come to our college and they have to train our students. So the responsibility not only lies with the faculty, it lies with the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Babu. And are we able to connect with Dr. Priyadarshini? Otherwise, we'll wrap it up.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes. The audio is not very clear for me, so I was just communicating with Miss Sivakami to get the question.
Dr. Priyadarshini, if you could briefly wrap this up, we would appreciate this.
How to link industry with the SDG and also with university. So every corporate corporate companies, they do have their CSR that is their social responsibility. And in university, we have USR, the University Social Responsibility. So there are some common tangents or some common pathways that the university can link with the institutions. So usually what happens is like we conduct some community activities and we invite industries also to sponsor it and make it like more impactful and conduct research studies in the long term to see impact in a long term. So this is one way of bringing in industry into university or the initiatives for the SDG. Another one is when designing courses and programs, we can always get inputs from the industry, like what are the needs of the industry and whether the skills and knowledge and values and expectation from the industries are reflected in developing the programs. So we have that where the industry advisors will give inputs, designing or in coming up with the course syllabus. So based on program requirements, and in the same way, connecting our intern during the course delivery again.
Dr. Priyadarshini, can you hear us? I'd just like to say that the connectivity is not so clear. So maybe we have actually received your insights and inputs. Very grateful to you for that, for taking part in this. So on that note, I'm going to wrap up this panel discussion. So on behalf of all of us, the panelists here, I'd like to extend a very warm thank you to the principal, JBS College, Dr. Jayanti Sivagami, and the organizers for putting up this wonderful discussion, and also 2 days. I'd like to congratulate you for the 2 days of excellent dissemination on by the IQAC department. So kudos to you. Please keep it up for further, intellectual dissemination. Thank you, one and all, the audience being a perfect audience today. Thank you for your involvement, and thank you, panelists, all of you, for participating in a very delightful discussion. Thank you all. My pleasure.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's truly a pleasure and an honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the IQAC JBS College for Women, faculty members, and all the participants present today. To our incredible panel, thank you for your insightful and inspiring talk on sustainable development goals in education. Your passion and knowledge shed light on the critical role education plays in achieving global sustainability. Your message not only informed but also motivated us to take meaningful steps towards integrating SDGs. We truly appreciate your work, Dr. Santosh Babu, DG Vaishnav College Principal, for your insightful perspectives on the evolving landscape of education. Your emphasis on collaboration, accountability, and aligning curriculum with real-world needs is truly inspiring. Integrating sustainable development goals into education is a visionary step toward nurturing responsible and empowered citizens. Thank you, sir. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Edamana Prasad for his inspiring vision. He emphasized the pivotal role of institutions in driving meaningful change. He strongly advocated for the establishment of a dedicated department or body within every institution, specifically focused on fostering educational innovation and sustainability. According to him, every institution must house a teaching learning center and a school of sustainability, as teachers are the true carriers of education and transformation. He concluded by expressing his gratitude to all educators and stakeholders committed to shaping a sustainable and enlightened future. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan, for your insightful presentation and for sharing valuable practices from Malaysia. Your emphasis on integrating SDGs into academic structures and fostering faculty empowerment is thoughtful. Committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. I unquote. Let us be, indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. I unquote. Let us be that group, driven by purpose, united by vision. Thank you once again. Thank you all. I request our Madam Principal, Dr. and Correspondent, Dr. Amtul Aziz, to felicitate our panel members. Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam, Dr. Santosh Babu, and Dr. Edmina Prasad. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Lunch has been arranged at the SIT Sports Pavilion.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا. هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين ليزدادوا إيمانا مع إيمانهم ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عليما حكيما. Translation of Surah Al-Fath, which means the victory, verses 1 to 4. I seek refuge in Allah from Satan the rejected, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Indeed, we have given you, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, a clear conquest, that Allah may forgive for you what preceded of your sin and what will follow, and completed his favor upon you and guided you to a straight path, and that Allah may aid you with a manifest victory. It is He who sent down tranquility into the hearts of the believers that they would increase in faith along with their present faith. And to Allah belongs the soldiers of the heavens and the earth, and Allah is ever all-knowing, all-wise. Jazakumullahu khairan.
Thank you, Mrs. Wasima. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you as we gather here for the valedictory session of the two-day National Conference on Higher Education Initiatives, Trends, Technologies and Transformation. And request Dr. Shahira Banu, Vice Principal, forenoon session to welcome the guest of honor, Dr. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdul Rahman University, Chennai.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I greet you all with the Islamic way. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi barakatuhu, meaning peace, mercy and blessings of Almighty be showered upon all of us and this institution, Ameen, and a very pleasant good evening to one and all. Respected dignitaries on the dais, the guest of honor, Dr. N. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdurrahman University, Principal and Correspondent of JBS College for Women, Dr. Amtul Aziz, Controller of Examination, Dr. Mercy Rajashekar, Dr. Firdaus Jahan, Vice Principal Afternoon Session, IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Sujata, Organizing Secretaries, Dr. Mubin and Mrs. Jayanti Sivagami, IQAC team members, heads of the department, staff members and participants from other college. On behalf of the management, principal and correspondent, IQAC team, I take this wonderful opportunity to welcome each and everyone to the valedictory session of the 2 days National Conference on Higher Education Initiatives, Trends, Technologies and Transformation organized by Internal Quality Assurance Cell of Justice Bashir Ahmed Syed College for Women. I take this wonderful opportunity to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. N. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdurrahman University for the valedictory session. I welcome you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to our dynamic, beloved and vibrant principal and correspondent, Dr. Amtul Aziz, for this valedictory session. We welcome you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to welcome our Controller of Examination and Vice Principal Afternoon Session for this valedictory session. I take this wonderful opportunity to welcome our IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Sujata, the driving force towards all the academic achievements of our college. I welcome you, ma'am. I welcome the organizing secretaries, Mrs. Dr. Mubin and Mrs. Jayanti Sivagami for this valedictory session. I wholeheartedly welcome the incredible IQAC team members for their unstinted, dedicated work towards organizing the 2 days national conference. I take this opportunity to welcome all the teaching staff members from our college and other colleges for the interest shown to attend this program. I take this opportunity to welcome all the heads of the departments and teaching staff members of both forenoon and afternoon session. I welcome you all once again. The 2 days national conference is focused on how higher education is undergoing a rapid transformation driven by policy, technology and global trends. The shift towards integrating LMS and technology-driven learning, student-centric curriculum with artificial intelligence. Aligning SDGs, a pathway to excellence in higher education, will pave way to create a more inclusive, innovative and future academic ecosystem. The transformation is not just structural but philosophical. Education today is focused on skills, innovation and real-world readiness, preparing students to thrive in a dynamic global environment. As we move forward, it is crucial for institutions, educators and policymakers to work together to ensure this transformation is inclusive, equitable and aligned with the needs of the 21st century. Let us embrace this change not as a challenge but as an opportunity to redefine the future of learning, one that empowers every learner, fuel research and innovation and builds a stronger, more enlightened society. With this note, I deem it is a privilege to introduce the guest of honor to the gathering. Professor N. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdurrahman, Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, Vandarlur. Sir, remarkable achievements, milestones in academic innovation and institution growth is as follows. Formerly, Professor and Head, Department of Microbiology, Bharatdasan University. Syndicate Member, Bharatdasan University from March 2009 to January 2010. Senate Member in Bharatdasan University from May 2007 to June 2019. Dean, Faculty of Science, Engineering and Technology from 2015 to 2019. Coordinator for DST PERS program 2016 to February 2022. He has been the coordinator but principal investigator for National Repository for Microalgae and Cyanobacteria, Freshwater and Marine, sponsored by DBT Government of India. He was a director for National Facility for Marine Cyanobacteria, DBT Government of India. He was the president for Alumni Association from 2007 to 2011. He has been the program coordinator for 5-year integrated MSc Life Science in 2019 to 2022. He was the coordinator for Center for Excellence in School of Life Science from 2017 to 2023. He was the convener for World Class Curriculum Development Cell in Biological Science from 2017 to 2022. He was a member secretary of Institutional Biosafety Committee, member secretary for Institutional Ethical Committee, editor-in-chief of Bharatdasan Journal of Science and Technology. His academic and administrative activities also 31 years of teaching and 35 years of research experience in Bharatdasan University. Area of specialization, microbiology. Sir has undergone a training program in USA as postdoctoral research associate. Government of India Overseas Award. Total number of publications so far 427, including 67 books, chapters, reviews, and 3 papers and Nature Group journals. Countries visited USA, UK, KSA, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, and the list goes on. Then books published, 11 books under TANSCA, Elsevier, CRC Press, and it goes on. Grants received for personal research projects and programs 7.24 crores. Grants received other than personal research rupees 18.39 crores. Number of PhDs produced over 36 candidates. Number of MPhil candidates guided 31. MSc 142 candidates. Postdoctoral guided 15 PDFs. Presented 111 papers in 45 international level conferences. 93 national level conferences. 53 of which 53 papers have received the best paper presentation and sir has received the cash prize also. As a chief guest and as a resource person, delivered lead and plenary lectures, keynote and inaugural valedictory address in more than 430 conference, seminars, symposia, refresher course, and the list goes on. Then he has chaired 42 technical sessions in conference and symposia. As a chief guest, he delivered 5 graduation day address. So far, sir has received 22 awards from different organizations, including prestigious TANSA Award, TNSCT, then Senior Scientist Award from Microbiological Society, Lifetime Achievement Award from Society of Chemical and Synthetic Biology, Lifetime Achievement from Antiviral Research Society. So far, he has organized 5 refresher courses, then delivered 4 All India radio talks, then acted as a doctoral committee member for 170 PhD candidates, obtained 4 Indian patents and 2 US patents. So far, he has signed 5 MOUs with the universities and institutions at Republic of Korea, PR, China, and Taiwan. Total numbers of nucleotide genes deposited in the gene banks 644, barcode of 6 fungi, and whole genome sequence of 7 cyanobacteria. Evaluated PhD thesis from other universities 156. Publication received total citation 13,013, H index 55, I-10 index 197 as on December 2024. Total impact factor 546.76. Played a key role in the establishment of National Facility for Marine Cyanobacteria. Established a national repository for freshwater microalgae and cyanobacteria. Establishment of, this is a credit for him, establishment Professor N. Tajuddin Endowment Gold Medal Award by his PhD student. Sir has also been listed under top 2% scientists of the world in microbiology, published by Stanford University, USA. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor N. Tajuddin, a true beacon of academic brilliance and leadership. I welcome you, sir, once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a warm and inspiring welcome address. Your words have truly set a positive and enthusiastic tone for the occasion. Thank you, ma'am. I quote Mahatma Gandhiji, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world," I unquote. With this thought, it is now my privilege to invite our organizing secretary, Dr. Mubin Sultana, Associate Professor of Zoology, to present the overall report of the conference.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries on and off the dais, dear colleagues, participants both online and offline. In alignment with the evolving landscape of higher education and the 7 SDGs out of the total 17, which are particularly relevant and frequently addressed through their core functions, the Justice Bashir Ahmad Syed College for Men, through its Internal Quality Assurance Cell, organized a 2-day national conference titled Higher Education Initiatives, Trends, Technologies and Transformations on the 7th and 8th of April 2025 in hybrid mode. The conference brought together eminent academicians, researchers and education leaders from across the country to deliberate on innovative practices, technological integration and strategic frameworks that are shaping the future of higher education in India. They even serve as a vibrant platform for dialogue, collaboration and knowledge exchange aimed at fostering institutional excellence and educational transformation. The inaugural session commenced with a thought-provoking address by the chief guest, Professor D.M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor of the Central University of Tamil Nadu, who emphasized the transformative role of innovation, digital integration, and inclusivity in higher education. The first technical session featured by Dr. Bhagat Kangude from Anantrao Pawar College, Pune, who elaborated on the integration of learning management system to enhance personalized learning and shared insights from EdTech in STEM education. This was followed by the second technical session by Dr. S. Badrunisa from Krupanidhi Group of Institutions, Bengaluru, who underscored the importance of governance, workforce development, and data-driven strategies for student progression. In the afternoon, paper presentations were held on themes such as NEP implementation, AI in education, and gender equity. The final session of the day was led by Dr. G. Gladson Xavier from Lila College, Chennai, who explored AI's role in creating student-centric curricula and addressed ethical implications of its use in education. The day 2 began with the technical session 4, wherein the professor in practice, Dr. Sabesan from VIT Chennai, discussed the significance of fostering research, consultancy, and industry-academia collaborations to drive innovations and socio-economic development. The technical session 5 was dealt by Dr. Thyagu from Central University of Karnataka, followed with a compelling session on integrating sustainable development goals into a quality education through education for sustainable development and community participation. A panel discussion on institution strategies to advance the SDGs featured experts like Dr. S. Santosh Babu, Principal DG Vaishnav College, Chennai, Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan, Senior Lecturer, INTI International University, Malaysia, Dr. Edamana Prasad, Head Teaching Learning Center, IIT Madras. And the session was moderated by Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam, Dean Research and International Programs, Stella Maris College, Chennai. The 4 key outcomes of the conference are deepened awareness on the 7 SDGs for higher educations, which are the SDG 4, which talks about quality education, where HEITTs can centrally ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, promoting lifelong learning opportunities. The SDG 5, which talks about gender equality, which promotes equal access to education and leadership roles within the institution. SDG 8, which works on decent work and economic growth. SDG 9, which talks about industry, innovation and infrastructure, which can be achieved through research, innovation centers and partnership with industries. SDG 10, which talks about reduced inequalities, where HIEs can work to reduce disparities in education access and representation. SDG 30, which is on climate action. SDG 17, which is partnerships of the goals, wherein HIs play a role in building global and local partnership for sustainable development through collaborations and knowledge sharing. The second key outcome was cross-institutional knowledge exchange on governance and pedagogy. The third point was strong emphasis on AI sustainability and EdTech in transforming learning. And the fourth one will be the launch of the forthcoming ISBN Book of Abstracts and peer-reviewed journal paper opportunities. As a concluding remark, this national conference served as a platform for the meaningful exchange of ideas, best practices, and collaborative opportunities aligned with the goals of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The enthusiastic participation of academicians, researchers, and administrators highlighted a collective vision for inclusive, future-ready, and globally connected higher education system. As the conference concludes on a high note, it reaffirms the college's commitment to academic excellence, policy dialogue, and transformative educational practices that empower both institutions and learners alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mubin. I request our Madam Principal and Correspondent to kindly welcome the Chief Guest with a box of dry fruits. Thank you, ma'am. As we move towards the conclusion of this meaningful journey, I am reminded of the words of Malala Yousafzai. One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. I unquote. In the spirit of this powerful message, it is now my honor to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdul Rahman University, Chennai, to deliver the valedictory address, guiding us with his words of wisdom as we reflect on all that we have learned and looked ahead with purpose.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good evening to each and every one of you. அனைவருக்கும் எனது அன்பான மாலை வணக்கங்கள். Most respected Principal Dr. Amrul Aziz, the organizers of this conference, Dr. N. Sujata Madam, IQAC Coordinator, Co-Convener Dr. Anjun, IQAC team members, faculty from various departments, participants, research scholars, and student friends. I really feel honored to stand before you to deliver a valedictory address in this particular conference, which is the need of the hour. So everyone knows that தமிழ்ல சொல்லணும்னாக்கா நீர் உயர நெல் உயரும், நெல் உயர குடி உயரும், குடி உயர நாடு உயரும். Similar way, the conference organized here are really the need of the hour. The conference main objective, just Madam explained what is that, and the main objective is to enhance the capability and knowledge of recent advancement in all disciplines, how to address the students with new knowledge, and then how to develop the research activities in various disciplines, particularly interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary subject that intends your knowledge, whatever you imbibe the knowledge, that should go to the students community. If students community develops, definitely our country will develop. So this is the basics of the organizing this kind of conferences for this. This is the really the need of the hour. My dear participants, from past 50 years, we are in a developing country stage. 20 years back, again we are in a developing country stage. Today, we are telling that we are in a developing country stage. Even though we are topper in almost all the fields. If you see the agriculture, we are the topper. If you see the information technology, aviation technology, missile technology, then computer science, whatever the subjects, fields are there, we are topper. So I am very proud to say that our Indian scientists, our Indian population, our generation, academic population, were no way inferior to anyone in any corner of the world. So we are equally talented. In spite of all these positive aspects, still we are in a developing country stage. This is because we are facing 4 major threats in front of us. First major threat is the pollution. Because the pollution, the carbon dioxide we are released to today, 28 billion tons of carbon dioxide we are released to the environment. So global warming is there. Again, the global warming leads to the improvement, the enhancement of so many diseases are there. So it is everything related to pollution. So the government of India, whenever the ministers or the high top authorities visiting the other countries, they sign the MOUs, they invite the industries to our country. So we don't know the importance, the harmfulness of the effluents emanating from the industries. So It is very difficult because our country is a developing country stage. It is very difficult to stop the pollution. But the same way, there is a solution for pollution. So if you use some of the extremophilic microbes or cyanobacteria or microalgae, definitely we can mitigate all kind of effluents, pollution. So we published a lot of papers in Bhardas University for pollution remediation using the extremophilic microalgae and cyanobacteria. And also our public is not having any awareness on the pollutions or pollutants. So we don't know how to, clean the waste materials. So whatever we are getting out from the household sewage, we are sending it to the environment. Even in the Chennai, if you go to so many places, you can get some bad water. So this is, we are not having such kind of improvement in pollution related activities, how to mitigate the pollutions. So when I visited America for around 1 year through DBT fellowship, in the university I worked, that is Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute of Science and Technology near New York. I visited one hostel. So I like to share how the awareness of pollution among the students of US people. So I visited one hostel, and that hostel, one Tamil student from Sivagasi, he joined in the hostel, Rensselaer Polytechnic University hostel, and when he came to use the washroom, he used the Sivagasi towels. You know, the Sivagasi towels are very attractive, dark brown, dark maroon, so many attractive towels he used. So once he used the washroom and used the maroon color towel, and after washing, he washed the towel and then squeezed the towel, some of the dye, maroon color dye comes from his bathroom ditch. The other foreign students saw that coloration from the bathroom. They immediately called the Environmental Protection Agency about that matter. So within 15 minutes, the Environmental Protection, this is just like a pollution control board here. Environmental Protection Agency inspectors visited the hostel and called the Indian student, and then just they invited him. You are coming all the way in your future, like that. Some flowery words they offered to the Indian student, and finally asked, when you take the bath, some red color water comes out. What is that? Then he said, he laughed. So I used this towel. And then when I wash this towel, some part of the dye comes out from the towel. Then why not you demonstrate again? Then he took the same towel, which is in the hanker, then he plunged it into the water and then squeezed the towel, some part of the dye comes out. Then he catch hold of that. Then they said, man, you all the way coming from India, you are spoiling our motherland by emanating this kind of red color, red dye. So for this you have to pay $1,000 as a fine. So at that time $1,000 is nearly 40,000 rupees. You see the awareness. But here we are not having such kind of awareness. That's why even the water is polluted and groundwater is also polluted. Then the American proverb says that we do not inherit the land from our ancestors, but we borrowed it from the children. So instead of securing the wealth to the children, in the US, no parent secured the wealth to the children. They develop their own. But they are taking care of the pollution, environment, clean, green environment. So that's why the country is in a developing country stage. So this is one aspect I want to tell. And because of the pollution, so many species of plants and animals are endangered. For example, Keelanelli. Keelanelli is meant for jaundice. Jaundice, it is antiviral activity against the jaundice. The same Keelanelli is available in Burma, Thailand, the eastern countries. That Keelanelli is not having this kind of antiviral activity. So our country is really the holistic land. So we have the very excellent. Our country is one of the 14 mega biodiversity countries of the world. But so many very important, medicinally important plants, even some microbes are existing, they vanishing, endangered because of the pollution. So we have to, mitigate the pollution. We have to see, instead of securing the wealth to our progeny, our children, we have to give the clean, green environment. Then only our next generation will be very safe. And we are not spend billions of money for getting the antibiotics, so many technologies developed from other countries. So our entire wealth goes to other countries. This is one of the reasons why we are in a developed country stage. So developing country stage. The second major aspect, major problem is the diseases, the emergence of new diseases, resurgence of older diseases, and development of the antibiotic resistance to the pathogenic bacteria or pathogenic microbes. So if it is there, definitely there is no drug. For example, we are experienced the pandemic COVID-19. So in the world, nearly 79 lakhs people died because of the COVID-19. In India, 5.32 lakhs people died. So who saved their life? Only the biological scientists and the biomedical scientists that discovered the antibiotics, vaccines. They saved not only the citizens of our country, they are exporting the vaccine to other countries to serve the people globally. So this is again the contribution of our Indian scientists to the global level. So even though if scientists develop the antibiotics in our laboratory, if it reaches to the society, the biological scientists not sufficient, not enough for the developed antibiotics to reach the society. So we need the multidisciplinary support. For example, if you develop the vaccine, at least 1 gram or 2 gram of vaccine developed in the laboratories of biological sciences, if it goes to this society, first we need the support of chemical engineers, then other engineers, physics, chemistry, so that we can enhance the productivity at the industrial scale. So large scale we need the engineers, economists to fix the price, and language peoples to reach the product to the society. So almost all the different disciplines are equally important. If any drug developed in the laboratory in a small scale, it goes to the society, we need the support of all the disciplines. For example, people says that interdisciplinary, now transdisciplinary approach is also there. Transdisciplinary is equally important than that of the interdisciplinary. For example, one of my very close friends is working in Hakim College, Lamid. When I visited his laboratory, one Tamil scholar working in his laboratory, then I was surprised why this Tamil fellow is sitting in your laboratory, because your laboratory is meant for zoology. Then he said, so this scholar is having the expertise on palm reading, the palm writing from the ancient people. There are so many treasures are there. They already, I don't know, it is a very major surprise or amazing that how they identified the antibacterial, antiviral compounds. They are not telling that it is antibacterial or antiviral, that it mentioned like that it is solving this disease like that. No name of the disease. Likewise, he appointed one scholar and he identified one plant, and that plant extract is killing the white spot syndrome virus. That is the major problem in aquaculture. So he used his expertise, because whenever we are screening for antibiotics, we are selecting 100 or 500 different plants and then screen it and then finally identify one. Sometimes it will not get any antibiotic activity. It is a failure. Now he used the transdisciplinary approach and appointed the Tamil scholar, identified, pinpoint one particular plant and then developed the drug, and he named this drug as a imuzole. He sold the drug nearly 6 crore worth rupees of that particular imuzole. So it will kill, not only kills the white spot syndrome virus, but also enhance the productivity of the fishes, develop the immune system also. So such kind of wonderful compounds are presently existing in our environment. First we have to know, for this transdisciplinary research is also equally important. Now, now we are going to face, in addition to the COVID-19, we are facing the ESBL producing pathogenic bacteria. That is extended beta-lactamase enzyme producing the pathogenic bacteria. This is now spreading very fastly in our population because the bacteria producing the beta-lactamase enzyme. If the beta-lactamase enzyme producing bacteria is affected in our body, if we are administering single antibiotic or multiple antibiotic of different doses, the beta-lactamase enzyme from the pathogenic bacteria degrade the antibiotic, consume the antibiotic as a nitrogen source, it grows very fastly. So we have to take care of this kind of activity. Luckily, one of my PhD student, Mr. Parvez Ahmed, I gave the topic for identifying the anti-ESBL compounds. He screened nearly 500 species deposited in our germplasm culture collections of national facility. He is not getting any result. Then finally I asked him to go to new place, new extremophilic hypersaline environment, where hypersaline environment, the salt concentration is more. In drinking water there is no salinity. We call it 0 ppt, parts per thousand. In seawater it is 35 ppt. That is in seawater it is very harsh. Whereas in the salt pen, more than 300 ppt of the salinity is there. So he identified one cyanobacterium that is called Auditorium acuminata. He got the interesting result that has the antiviral compound, that is anti-ESBL producing compound. He go up to the molecular structure level. He published that paper in Nature group, that is Journal of Antibiotics. When he published this paper, within a week he got an invitation from the University of Texas Medical Health Center as a research associate. The first fellowship, the first month he got nearly, in Indian value, it is nearly 3 lakhs rupees. I am very, very proud to say that after 31 years of experience, I am not reaching the 3 lakhs per month. But whereas my students getting more because of his expertise on identifying because it is an innovative idea. So because of his expertise and hard work, he is rewarded. Now he is settled, well settled in US. So this is the one point I like to mention. So we have there is no medicinally unimportant plant is available. Medicinally unimportant algae or bacteria or fungi, everything is available in that. Only thing is we need the trained human resource to explore these organisms, identify the new novel compounds, enzymes, and polysaccharides, whatever, everything is available. So only thing we need the trained human resource and then focus their research on particular aspects. And then most important point is develop the patent. So only patent we developed, then our patent will be sold to other countries. We are getting the foreign exchange. Then only this is one of the point we are moving towards the developed country stage. Then third problem is malnutrition or undernutrition or both. So malnutrition, everybody knows that in India, even though we are now in a safer stage, some of the village and tribal places there is malnutrition is heavy. There is a vast protein and starch deficiencies there. So just I like to mention in 50 years back, for example, 1970s, our population of the country is 55.51 crores. So the agricultural land is more than 70%. But we faced the food scarcity. We are not getting rice, wheat or anything from the open market. We have to stand in a very big queue and then get these things. So then Prime Minister announced in the radio, because of the food scarcity, you should not eat dinner in Monday nights. So this has happened those days. Now, 2023 or 2024, our population is explosive from 55.51 during the year 1970s. Now 2023 we crossed 123 crores of population, and the agricultural land is vastly shrinking because of the concrete buildings and then roads and so on. It is very difficult to expand the agricultural land. But I am very proud to say that even in spite of the pollution, in spite of the population explosion, in spite of the shrinkage of the agricultural land, we are not only self-sufficient in generating the agricultural crops and other grains, everything we are self-sufficient, not only self-sufficient, we are exporting to so many other countries. This is because of the technologies developed by our Indian scientists, and now we are enjoying. But it is not sufficient. In next year, definitely 1 crore population will be more. Another year, another 2 or 3 crore population will be more. So we have to satisfy our future requirement. For this, we need the intensive exploration of the biological scientists, biological system, and then other things we needed. The fourth problem we are facing is the energy. The dwindling of the fossil fuels, crude oil available in the Gulf countries. In another 20 years, we don't know where we are getting the crude oil from the Gulf countries or not. For this, now we have to, our government of India starts identifying the other alternate sustainable biofuels. From people initially used some of the oil crops and they found that it is waste. Now, all the scientists in the globe identified that microalgae and cyanobacteria is only source. We are getting the sustainable resource for fulfilling our future requirements such as biodiesel, bioethanol, methanol, tar, and so many other things. We can get it from the microalgae. So if we explore the microalgae and microbes, we can generate almost all the products, even in the moon and space. People using the spirulina for food, for good proteinous food, because microalgae is only pioneering organism which emanates the oxygen in the unoxygenic environment in some Paleozoic era. So it is a very ancient plant. Now, whatever the oxygen we are getting, it is through the algal photosynthesis. Now we are enjoying. So, based on this, whatever the points I mentioned, so we need the trained human resource to develop the process, products, and then release of the product to the society. For this, my boss, my teacher, always insisted to follow 3 major I's. First I is the interest. So basic fundamental requirement for your reaching the top is the interest. My boss says if you are not interested to any subject or any work, you better avoid it. So interest is the basic thing. So once you interested, the second interest is innovation, involvement. So whatever you interested, you have to involve. You have to 100% involve whatever interested, then only you can achieve this one. And third one is the innovation, innovative ideas. So because of the innovative ideas, we are developing so many products. For example, the grinder. Now we are using the grinder. The basal part is moving. So this is previously the upper part. We are rotating the upper part, that is called the kulavi. Kulavi la sutuvo. So some person is having the innovative. All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for shedding light on the evolving landscape of higher education and for highlighting how emerging trends and technologies are driving meaningful transformation. Thank you. I quote, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways," I unquote, Robert Greene. With this thought in mind, it gives me great pleasure to invite Madam Principal and Correspondent Dr. Amtul Aziz to formally release the conference proceedings, a reflection of the knowledge, ideas, and innovations shared throughout the conference. And I request you, Madam, to present the first copy of the proceedings to the guest of honor, Dr. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, B.S. Abdul Rahman University, Chennai. Thank you, ma'am. I request Madam Principal and Correspondent Dr. Amtul Aziz to felicitate our guest of honor, Dr. Tajuddin, with a memento as a symbol of our heartfelt thanks and admiration. Today is a bittersweet moment for all of us as we gather to celebrate someone who has not been just a guiding force but also a source of wisdom, strength and quiet inspiration, our beloved Sujata ma'am. It's hard to put into words the impact she had on all of us, but today we try with deep gratitude and warm hearts to honor her incredible journey and wish her the very best as she steps into a new and well-deserved chapter of life. I request Dr. Anjum, Deputy Coordinator, IQAC JBS College for Women, to say a few words about Sujata ma'am.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of the entire team of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of this esteemed institution, it is with immense pleasure and pride I take this opportunity to felicitate Dr. Sujata ma'am, IQAC Coordinator, whose vision, dedication and tireless efforts have significantly contributed to the academic and institutional growth. Under her dynamic leadership, the IQAC became a driving force behind quality enhancement and sustenance in every sphere of our academic and administrative processes. Whether it was a meticulous preparation for the accreditation or the seamless execution of quality initiatives or the promotion of best practices or organizing workshops, fostering research culture, or simply being a source of encouragement to the colleagues, your contribution has been truly well. Gratitude and warm wishes. May your future well. Gratitude and warm wishes. May your future endeavors be filled with continued success, happiness, and fulfillment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Madam Principal and Correspondent Dr. Amtul Aziz to felicitate Dr. Sujata, IQAC Coordinator, JBS College for Women.
Thank you for this opportunity. Before I just want to felicitate Dr. Sujata, I would just like to say thanks to Dr. Tajuddin, who has come all the way from Crescent Institute of Science and Technology, and for that wonderful insight and talk which Sir has given to all of us. And today, this National Conference on Higher Education Initiatives, on Trends, Technology and Transformation, this conference totally coordinated by under the coordinatorship of Dr. Sujata, who has been such a pillar of support for all of us. I endorse whatever Dr. Anjum, the Deputy Coordinator, has said to Dr. Sujata, and she is retiring this year. And we really will. She has been an asset to this institution, so pivotal for this for the IQAC, for this college. And only in one line, I would like to say that she has come across all the barriers. Whatever barriers have come forward, she has come across all those barriers as a carrier of responsibilities and as a warrior of quality education for our institution. Thank you, Sujata ma'am. Thank you so much. Together we will get it.
Thank you, ma'am. I quote, "Excellence is not a skill, it is an attitude." Ralph Marston, I unquote. With the spirit of excellence in mind, we now come to a special moment of recognition. I request the guest of honor, Dr. Tajuddin, and our Madam Principal and Correspondent, Dr. Amtul Aziz, to present the Best Paper Award certificate of the conference. I request the prize winners to kindly come up on stage. Dr. Aarti Ganesan, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics. Dr. Mallikeshwari, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science. Mrs. Mallikeshwari. Dr. Gausia Nisha, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology. The online paper presenters who have won the prize, Ms. Pavana from Karunya Institute of Technology. Ms. Pavana. And Ms. Sangeeta from Ms. Sangeeta Satyanarayanan, Department of Biochemistry, DG Vaishnav College. She's not here. Thank you. Okay. All's well that ends well. I now invite Dr. Firdaus Jahan, Vice Principal, afternoon session, to propose the final vote of thanks.
I begin in the name of the Almighty, the most gracious and most merciful. I greet you in the Islamic way. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. May peace and blessings of the Almighty be showered upon all of us, and happy evening to all. I quote Dr. Robert Holden. The miracle of gratitude is that it shifts your perception to such an extent that it changes the world you see. I unquote. On behalf of the management, principal and correspondent and staff of Justice Bashir Ahmed Said College for Women, I deem it an honor to propose the vote of thanks. I offer my sincere gratitude to the Almighty for His guidance and mercy. I would also like to pay homage to a visionary founder and his noble wife for this splendid edifice of learning dedicated to the idea of providing quality education for women, especially to those who belong to the socially and educationally backward sections of our society. Higher education plays a vital role in shaping individuals and societies. It not only equips students with advanced knowledge and critical thinking skills, but also fosters innovation, leadership, and social responsibility. As academicians, researchers, and policymakers, we have dedicated the last 2 days to bringing in the innovations to enhance the teaching, learning, and institutional governance. I wish our deliberations elevate our actions and thoughts superheaded towards the revolution in higher education. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the guest of honor, Dr. N. Tajuddin, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.S. Abdul Rahman University, for delivering the valid address. Sir, your talk has enriched our perceptions of global development. It creates awareness about the pollution, clean green environment, and emergence of new antibiotic diseases, importance of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. Thanks for sharing your extensive scientific knowledge. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you have taken to be with us despite your busy schedule. Once again, thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Tiruvarur, who inaugurated the National Conference, Higher Education Initiatives, Trends, Technologies and Transformation, HEITTT. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed Principal and Correspondent, Dr. Amtul Aziz, who is the patron of this two-day national conference. I thank her for the inspiring presidential address. Her guidance, unwavering dedication, visionary leadership, and constant support have been the driving force behind the success of our college. I thank Madam to release the conference proceedings and hand over the copy to the guest of honor, to Dr. Tajuddin. I further take this opportunity to thank all the resource persons of the conference, Dr. Bahad Gangde, Dr. S. Badrunisa, Dr. G. Gladson Xavier, Dr. Sabesan, and Dr. K. Tiago, who shared their expertise for the last 2 days. I also thank the panel discussion members, Dr. S. Santosh Babu, Dr. Priyadarshini Muthukrishnan, Dr. Edama Prasad, and our panel moderator, Dr. Renuka Rajaratnam. I thank the eminent academicians, Dr. Subhashni, Dr. Anuradha, and Dr. Sudhakaran for being the chairperson for our paper presentation sessions and finalize the best paper. I thank Dr. Tajuddin for presenting the best paper award to the recipient. I would like to record my deep appreciation and thanks to all the participants and the staff members who enthusiastically presented their papers both offline and online. I thank Dr. Saira Banu, Vice Principal, for noon session for her support in organizing today's national conference. My heartfelt gratitude to our Controller of Examination, Dr. Mercy Rajashekar, for her unwavering support for all our academic endeavors. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the convener and the IQAC coordinator, Dr. N. Sujata, co-convener and deputy coordinator, Dr. Anjum, for all their involvement and meticulous efforts in conducting this national conference. I also acknowledge our gratitude, our special thanks to the organizing secretaries, Dr. Mubin Sultana and Jayanti Sivagami. I thank all my fellow IQAC members, Dr. Gayatri, Dr. Muhammad Nisha, Dr. Jilani Begum, Mrs. Wasima Noor, Dr. Zamara, Dr. Umair Rubab, Dr. Sumaira Rafiq, Dr. Nikhat Pavin, Mrs. Jasmine, Dr. Dilshad Begum, Dr. Sultana, Dr. Shahin, Mrs. Airam Aisha, from the bottom of my heart for all their contribution. Each one of them has contributed in a unique way in planning this national conference. My special thanks to the editorial committee of the conference proceedings and the faculty members who were the masters of ceremony. I also express my appreciation to all our faculty members from other colleges and our own faculty members for joining us today and making this conference even more special. I would also like to place on record the unfailing support extended to us by Dr. Mujira Fatima, the administrative officer. I thank the technical team members, Mrs. Famidaya Tasneem, Mrs. Yasmin, Mrs. Divya, and Mr. Sudalaimani, and Mr. Sardar Bhai. I take a moment to thank the persons who worked hard for all the arrangements for this event. Finally, I thank one and all for making this two-day national conference a grand success. Wishing you all happiness and success ahead. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. I request the gathering to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता